Global Azure Bootcamp. And my name is Hatin Nagarwala. I am a GTM lead for developers at Microsoft. My job is to work with the communities, work with third-party groups where we talk about technology, whether it will be Azure, AI, data, whatever the technology is, we try to support that. And today, what we are doing is this Global AI Bootcamp. I have personally been a part of since 2017. Every year we do this. Every year we have a Global Azure Bootcamp across all over the world. So wherever we are doing this, it's happening everywhere across the world. And people who are based out in that city or that country, they actually go ahead and run it. So what we do over here is, it's called as a bootcamp. So basically, we are coming together, taking few topics which are, you can say, a buzz today, or you actually get a help from that to go ahead and learn something new on Azure, right? So what we have done is we have curated 4 to 6 sessions for today, where we'll be taking you through infrastructure on Azure. We'll take you through how you can build applications on Azure. You can also go ahead, and we have an exciting session about mixed reality as well, where you will understand how you can build applications and then push it to mixed reality. Moreover, only the topics which are covered is not the only case. We have industry experts out here, where if you have any other questions related to Azure, or if you need any support related to developer communities, we are here to help you out. And I'll be there for the whole day to to assist you or to guide you if you need anything. As well, we have an amazing line of speakers with us. So I would invite Mohammed Qasim and Khalid to actually go ahead and start with the first session. And thank you. Stay tuned. We have also some donuts here if you want to start with. And if you have any questions in between, you can just raise your hand. We can have an interactive session over here. Okay. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Hatem, and good morning, everyone. I'll also invite my colleague Khalid as well with us. So before we get into, Hatem has ordered donuts for people, those who are in person. For those who are online, so please help yourself.
We still have time to come here.
Right. So I would like to get into our introduction first, and then we'll.
I know. So yeah.
Perfect. I hope the people who have joined online, they're able to see our screen. Ahmed, can you confirm us? All right. So quick introduction. My name is Mohammed Qasim, as Ati mentioned. So I'm into the IT industry from last 17, 18 years. Been Microsoft certified trainers more than 5 years, right? And working as a cloud solution architect for different companies, where helping the customers to take them to cloud. So cloud adoption, cloud transformation is our day in, day out job, right? So that's it about myself. I'll ask Khalid to introduce himself.
Welcome everyone, and I hope the session is interesting for you all as well. And we are equally excited. So my name, my name, right? Khalid Salih, all right. With over about a decade and more of experience in the cloud arena, my primary role is helping organizations move into cloud, all right, help them draw the cloud plan, help them achieve what they want to do in the cloud space, all right. That's what primarily my job is mostly about. Apart from what I do generally 9 to 5, this is what I generally spend my time on, understanding things as to what is required for the community to get developed, right? So we see that, technology is moving at a pace where not everyone will be able to catch up with the busy schedules, right? First priority is, of course, our families during weekends. And after that, if you have some time, possibly you learn something what pops up on your social networks. All right. So what we possibly intend to do is target focused audience who would possibly want to make a difference into their career by understanding what's new, and especially since this is about the Microsoft Azure Bootcamp, we'll look into some pieces where we can possibly enhance what we already know. All right. This is not a session where we are going to absolutely deep dive into technical stuff, but this is like a window into what is coming up. Okay, what's new, what's there for us to learn, and what's there for us to implement in our organizations. And I'm sure everyone has their own capacity of their, within their organization. Okay, some may be at the lead level, some may be at the decision-making level, some may be at the implementation level. So be open, all right. Try to ask the most questions, even if it is the simplest one, the stupidest one, okay, doesn't matter. But I think when we ask questions, we are able to open ourselves to learning new stuff. All right. And the flow is we begin with the governance, right? Governance and optimization, and the rest of the speakers will come and deliver their sessions. All right. My request is if you have mobile phones, maybe you can put it on silent. All right. If you have urgent calls, just help yourself, take the call, come back. It's not like a regular classroom session. Be open. If you want to change your seats, come here. I mean, I really don't like a classroom session where everyone is seated in a row. Okay. If you're not comfortable, come here, adjust your chairs accordingly. Okay. Just be comfortable and let's have a very thoughtful session and interactive one. All right. Thank you. Yes, Kasim, you can begin.
Thank you very much, Khalid. And without a further delay, we'll directly jump into our session. So the first thing is we are trying to understand cloud governance, right? Just a quick question. Is it really important?
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Because it's control of the security and the also required for assessment.
Plus, okay. We need to know what.
Somebody has to be.
Also, it helps in cost control.
Cost control. Perfect. Anyone from online? Why cloud governance is important? All right. It seems people are either Googling it.
No, to have a better alignment with the organization.
Okay, better alignment of the organization. All right. So let's just jump into a traditional approach and then we will talk about the cloud governance. All right. So we know that governance is important, but why cloud governance is important is what we're trying to understand. All right. So if we're talking about the traditional approach, we used to have app owners, right? The app owners will send any request to IT operations or support, whatever you want to call. Correct? They will look into that request. If it is validated, if it is really applicable, what they will do, they will act on it. All right. I'm trying to use the common word, provision or act or creation, deletion, whatever it is, and it will go to your on-prem. No doubt, we had governance back in days, back in on-premises, but right. What has changed? So over here, the IT support, the IT admin, they were responsible for governance, right? They were responsible to establish the security, the authentication, and all of that, correct? But now, since we have gone to cloud, let's have a look into it. Good morning. What happens in cloud? The same app owner can directly go to cloud. Agree? So the layer of complexity has increased. So that's why cloud governance has also become more important for us to establish, right? So the app owners will be able to connect to cloud without the need of IT support or IT admin. They can directly go and create the virtual machines or a web app or whatever it is. It's a self-help. It's a self-portal, right? Through an API, most likely. They could go through a portal or they could go through a CLI or they could also use their DevOps, CI/CD, right? So this is the reason I was talking about the cloud governance is very, very important now, because app owners or end users, they can directly log into the Azure where you will have all the services, whether it is your firewall, whether it is your virtual machine. Yes, of course, you can stop them, restrict them, and that is what is governance all about. And that is what we're going to discuss all about. Right? Now, what is cloud? cloud, when we get into an Azure cloud, the first thing that we will get is an Azure AD tenant. Right? Anyone who is working on Azure, please understand the moment your company registers with Azure, with Microsoft, the first thing that they get an instance of an Azure AD tenant. Beneath the Azure AD tenant, what will happen is you will get anyone? Root management group. Right? So below the root management group, you can definitely have multiple management groups. So up to 6 levels you can go in terms of management group. That means 6 plus root. Please understand that. Okay. The reason of creation of management groups comes in because you can create the management groups based on your department, based on your geography, or based on your any other structure that you would want to build in terms of your company's organization. Hey, come in. So you can go up to 6 levels. Okay. So below the management group, what is the next step? Subscriptions. And you can have multiple subscriptions. So the best part of subscription is you can, again, the similar reason for the charge, for location, for your department, or for your any other reason, the taxonomy that you have created within your organization, you can create it. And you can move these subscriptions between the management groups. That's the best part. Okay. Now, what after subscription? If you have to create any resource groups. Source groups. Correct? Can you create a resource in Azure without a resource group?
No, not possible.
Not at all. Right? But what is the logic behind having a resource group? When will you keep resources into or 2 resources into a single resource group?
It's a logical container, I can say.
Sorry?
Logical container for our resources.
Okay.
Where all the policies apply to the whole.
Okay. Simple definition is resources which shares a common life cycle should be a part of resource group, right? So that will be coming under a okay. Now this is the hierarchy structure that I wanted to take you through. Okay. First is a root management group or Azure AD tenant. Then there is a root management group. Then there are management groups. And then that comes a subscription. And after that, there are resource groups. And within the resource group, those are resources. Okay. Now, the word we called as governance is required to manage this environment. All right. So the very simple idea of managing these environments, you need to find an answer to 3 WH questions. We have learned in the school there are WH questions. Who, what, why, how, when, how is also part. All right. So I'll select 3 of them. I'll call first one as what, and then who, and how. This is the basic minimum required governance that you should be implementing over Azure, right? So what stands for what to do and what not to do? And we can answer that through Azure policy, right? Who should do Through what? We can help who should do or who should not do through RBAC. And how is how much you should do is, help me please. How much?
Restrictions.
So very logical approach that we are trying to take. It's like what, who, and how. Okay. So in terms of Azure policy, if we look into the first one, what you will have in Azure policy will be rules and actions. Correct? In terms of RBAC, you will have roles and assignments. In terms of budget, you will have threshold and limits or forecasting, you could say. Okay. So the point that I'm trying to make here is Azure policy will also have something called as scope. RBAC will also have something called as scope. Similarly for budget. And then these scope can be applied at a management group level. Okay. Similarly, these policies can be applied at a subscription level. And similarly, it can be applied through a resource groups level as well. So for all of them, Azure policy, RBAC or budget can be applied at management group, subscription, resource group as well. In fact, RBAC can be applied at the resource level as well, but it doesn't mean you can do it, you should do it. It is not recommended. The recommendation way is you should start from management group, subscription, and then a resource group. At a higher level from a management group, keep it broader. Okay, so you don't restrict too much at a broader level. When you come down to your own subscription, restrict it more. When you come down to your own resource group, restrict it more. Clear? I hope logically you have understood the structure and the basic governance of it. Right? The sound governance is a resource organization. We have seen the environment where customers have created hundreds of subscriptions, wherein it was not required. Right? They have created hundreds of resource groups. It was not required. So the design part comes in at the start itself, where you need to understand why would you need a management group? Why would you need a resource? Sorry?
Someone woke up.
Okay.
Why would you need a subscription and resource group? Right? So those are the questions that we need to answer. And then we have to align them into a right hierarchy. That itself is a sound governance for us. Okay. And on top of it, if you are the one who's designing it, please ensure that you give a proper naming convention. We have seen customer where they don't have a proper naming convention and then they struggle. Right? So additionally, other than the Azure policy, RBAC and budget, what we should also do is we should use tags and locks. So please ensure that we are applying tags to all the resources, to all the subscription level, all the resource groups level, so that we know that this particular resource group tag is applied for the finance team. So once the tag is applied, when we are calculating the billing, when we are trying to do a chargeback, the bill comes in the sum, right? We have to charge back to the individual departments. So tags will help us to identify that how much a marketing team is actually consuming Azure. That's where the tags will come in, and locks will help you to prevent the accidental deletion. Any questions? Or even from online? Yeah.
Is there a way that the tagging to know for the billing to the finance team
Yes,
can be done automatically.
yes.
Oh.
So once you apply the tagging,
I have to apply it.
you have to apply.
Is there a way to automatically generate?
You can enforce the tagging using Azure policy. So, okay, let's take a couple of example of Azure policy. You can ensure that you belong to UAE and you do not want people to create any services outside of UAE. You can apply it through Azure policy. Similarly, you want each and every resources to have a tag. You can apply the Azure policy on top of it. Or similarly, there are also chances where we have seen the bills have gone up because people have been given the open hand to create virtual machines. And instead of creating a D series virtual machine, they have created F series virtual machine. So you can restrict the SKUs what you want to use. Any other question?
Playing with the management and applying something different with the resource. Hierarchy will be always on the top of the
Yes. So anything we are applying on top, it is inherited. Number one. And anything that you apply from top, you're applying something on the Azure management group, then you apply on subscription, then you apply on resource group. The sum of it will be applicable, but the least in terms of RBAC, the least privilege will be affected. So in terms of policies, you have to find the sum. In terms of RBAC, it will be the least privilege. Yes, sir.
Is there a way to have directly a policy that restricts to do anything and get the push request to the administrator, to the manager, that someone wants to apply this? Do you give him access or not?
You're saying some restriction?
Full privilege restriction on doing anything on Azure, on the policy.
In terms of
If the developer try to enable something, you get the pop-up that you have to request, or the manager, actually the manager of the system will get the pop-up saying that this developer with this subscription want to activate this service.
Okay, so let me give you an option of RBAC. The basic RBAC is three things. One is owner, second is contributor, third is reader, and then there are various RBAC roles which are very specific to the services, as well as we can create a custom RBAC roles as well. Okay, so if you assign an owner to anyone, okay, he can delete, he can create, he can do anything and everything. If there is a user who has an owner permission, and he can also add other resources, other users. Okay, but in terms of contributor, he can do everything, but he cannot add anything. In terms of reader, he can only view it. He cannot make changes.
You're saying the contributor can do everything. He can activate anything. He can actually activate the VM, but I don't want him to activate the VM. I want him, when he try to activate the VM, the owner get alerted that this contributor is looking to enable a new VM.
So let us directly give a reader option so that he don't activate the VM.
So maybe this question is related to the approval.
Yes.
That is workflow approval process. That is the method. So what happens is it's advanced operating. Let's say you are working on some software development and there is a restriction from Azure policy per se. Okay, that anyone is deploying the application, first it should trigger a approval process. It has to go to the account administrator or to the manager, and he approves it, and then only you will be able to deploy the application. That is very well possible, but that is the advanced topic that can be controlled at the workflow approval level. So that's the topic of DevOps.
Also, adding to this question, like this process based on individual level, consider a person is a contributor and he wants to do something where he cannot, like he is restricted to that. So can he apply the online or like some area where he can directly request for the permission or something?
See, in terms of RBAC design itself is a workshop where you need to identify who all. So first is you will have to identify the services. Okay. For let's take an example of a subscription or take an example of a resource group. So for that particular resource group, you will have to design it. Who will be the owner? Who will be the contributor? And who will be the reader of it? Right. Anyone who wants to become a contributor, definitely you will have to raise a ticket with you if you are the IT admin. And if you really approve it and you give him that permission, he will get the permission.
So only that particular user will get the.
Only that particular user will get. So this is what we have looked in. The developers and app owners at the traditional approach, they used to go to IT support engineers and then the actions was taken. Right? In terms of the cloud approach, people can directly go to cloud. And these are the things that we wanted to cover today. The first thing is resource organization. We spoke about management group, subscription, and resource group. And then we're also going to cover the cost management. Khalid is going to take care of cost management. Then we're also going to talk about security. Akhtar and Lavaksh are there. We're going to give a next session on this. And we also have a scale deployment. We have our brother Noman who is going to talk about the infrastructure as a code. Okay. We spoke about the governed resources in Azure, where we talked about the tenant, management group, subscription, resource group, and resources. So we spoke about the Azure policy. When to use Azure policy. These are some of the examples. You can allow only certain virtual machines, or you can ensure that the tags are applied, as well as you can recommend that the system update need to be enabled on all the servers. Okay. So this is what I was talking about, the least privileged RBAC roles. So these are the common roles, and then there are additional roles that comes in based on the individual services. Tags. So tags you can define based on functional or classification, accounting, partnership, or whatever purpose that you would want to. It is basically for your billing purpose. You combine or group a number of services and charge to that particular team that this is your cost and you have to pay for it. Logs, we spoke about this. There's a read only and there's a delete option. Okay. Read only, you will not be able to make any changes. Delete, definitely you cannot delete as well. Okay. So one common question about log is people ask that if there is a storage group and we apply a log, right? Is it that it is a read only option? No. So I would want to clarify that. So what happens is the storage account is read only. The properties of the storage account cannot be changed, but the data inside the storage account can be changed. You getting my point? Okay. The reason is, let's quickly understand that as well. Any user who is connecting to Azure, they will go through ARM, right? ARM will have a different planes. So it will have a management plane, control plane, and data. Okay. The logs that we're applying are at the control plane level, which will control the Azure resource properties, not the data inside there. It is not going to apply it on the data. Clear?
In the data level protection. So if somebody encrypted the data with the key, so if some key, so how this will be handled?
Again, if it is on Azure services, okay, all that we are saying is if you're keeping it read only, all right, it is a read only, right? But in terms of if you're keeping
You mean read only user can change the data?
user can change the data. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but if data is in storage account, let's suppose storage account, and read only user can change the data.
Not the read only user. I'm talking about if you've applied the log on that storage account with the read only option, the user will have its own RBAC role who should have a permission to make a change. That is what is applied.
Okay, usual access.
Exactly. So if you combine the resource groups and RBAC and policy definitions and put that into an Azure blueprint, we can also use it at a large scale. All right, where we can ensure that this is what our corporate policy is, this is what we want to use, combine them, and then apply them as an Azure blueprint to the resources. So I want to bring this slide. Anything that you are working on in terms of Azure, please ensure that you refer the cloud adoption framework. Okay, if you are the one who is asked to implement the Azure governance, and what you should do. The first thing is you should evaluate or you should understand the business risk of your company. Okay, of your IT environment, of your cloud environment. Now, what are the disciplines that you will look into? While identifying the business risk, you need to identify the risk across these 5 disciplines: cost management, security baseline, resource consistency, identity, and deployment acceleration. Okay, so this is an iterative process. You will identify the risk of cost management. Okay, and then you will create a policy against that people should not be able to use VM beyond this region or beyond this particular SKU and all of that. And then you implement that as a process, use the Azure monitor and monitor it. Right? The same process will be applicable to the security baseline. We don't want any guest user to log in. All right, or you want all of them to use multi-factor authentication, right? So you identify that as a risk for security baseline, document them as a policy, and then implement them as a process to everyone follow, right? So this is the entire formula that we need to follow. In cloud adoption framework, we have an option called governance benchmark. If you go to assessment of cloud adoption framework, there's a small assessment which you can run, and you can understand whether your environment is following the benchmark in terms of governance or not. Please answer. I said no.
When it comes to building yes,
No for billing.
No for billing.
Only pleasant surprise.
Only pleasant surprise. So mixed reaction, right? Elaboration of that question. Of course, no. So now I think it's a single answer. There's no mixed reaction.
And we have faced it multiple times.
All right. So definitely we don't like surprises, at least with our Azure bill, and that's why we would want our next session to be important. So I'll hand over to Khalid for cloud cost management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thanks a lot. So why is cost management important? Right? And everyone will have a different answer depending on what you handle, what arena of your enterprise you handle, all right, what you are responsible for. For someone who's at a very junior level, all right, who doesn't really get too much understanding about how the business functions, okay, how the expenditure is calculated, how the profit and losses are generated, all right, for them it is really bothering, all right, they won't even speak about it. But someone who's at a CXO level or someone who's at a management level responsible for maintaining the cost, for maintaining the profitability of your organization, for them this might be the most important topic. For them, a server will not be his headache, all right, as compared to a junior resource. For him, a code not working properly may be the biggest headache. So depending upon where you fit in the organization, you might have a different perception. All right. So I have a question, and maybe I also have a giveaway for that. All right. Why are companies formed? I want a one-word answer. All right. And the first person to answer this, the question is there. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. Why are companies formed? You think there is any other answer? Anyone who wants to differ with me, you can, and maybe we'll have a discussion later on over a pizza. Yes? Yeah, so why do you want to increase the business? Yeah, so that's profit, right? Any other answer?
With some perspective for community.
With some
Perspective to do something for community.
to do something for the community. So why would a company want to do something for the community?
I mean, that's the organizational goals, for example.
Yeah, so there are a lot of corporates who do CSR, right? Corporate social responsibility. So why does companies need to do CSR?
Everyone wants to go profit at the end.
Yeah, so at the end, the companies want them to have a good brand created in front of the people, in front of the government, in front of different agencies, so that when there are opportunities, the brands are recognized. All right. So there is Tata Memorial. All right. Why do you think Tata Memorial spends so much on medical research and cancer research? Because they want to have a brand, right? So that governments and international agencies, they recognize them and give them more business. So end of the day, every organization, all right, no matter the smallest and the largest, everyone is making business to ensure that it is profitable. All right. And when we come to look at profit, there are two ways of increasing profit for any organization. What are the two ways? I mean, these are not the two ways. This is just some memes or some cartoons that are fun. All right. But how do you ensure that your organizations are profitable?
We very good, very helpful to the customers.
Okay, so you do good business, all right, you do good service, and then your revenue increases. All right. So basically you increase your sales, all right, and you sustain it. All right. So you do your increment in your business, you do more sales and then more profit comes in. What is the other way of increasing profit?
Low maintenance sales.
Smart investment.
Smart investment. Okay, that can be one.
Low maintenance.
Low maintenance, which is very close, but I'm looking for some term.
Planning.
Optimum utilization.
Optimization, yes. Yes.
Innovation.
What are the ways of doing optimization? Yeah, you plan not to waste, right? Or you plan to use the optimum resource of what you have. All right. But to give you an answer, you cut the cost. You look at ways where the cost is getting wasted, and then you put a stop for that. You basically cut the cost. All right. So this gentleman here, they're just thinking, should we work harder or should we just fire some employees? Okay. So eventually your costs come down when you do layoff, and then the CEO say, okay, that's a profit now. All right, just for fun. Okay. So Azure management, all right. When I say Azure management, this is Azure portal. All right. So Azure has smartly, deployed their services to ensure that businesses get a full visibility of their expenditure. I mean, there are various native tools we look at that. All right. So I've done a lot of road mapping for enterprise customers. All right. Did a lot of transformations as well. But do you think has every cloud transformation successfully been done? Or you think that every cloud transformation brings profit to the customer? How many are from non-cloud background? Just to understand the context. Anyone non-cloud background? But do you understand what cloud is? All right. It is just like utilizing the data center facility or data center infrastructure from a cloud provider. It is just like a physical data center, but you're using the infrastructure from a consumption mode. All right. You're not investing anything into servers and equipment. You're just subscribing to the service and using the service. Like Gmail is a classic example of cloud. Okay. You're not setting up any server, right? You're just signing up for a Gmail account and your email ID is created within seconds. So it's a classic cloud example. You don't manage everything, you just consume the service. So similarly, cloud is consuming the IT infrastructure service over internet or over network. Okay. So many organizations, okay, they plan their cloud transformation and there is a reason, all right. Either they want to have their efficiency go up or they want to bring their cost down by using the most sophisticated and the most advanced technology which can reduce cost. All right. But not every organization are able to meet the goals of cost reduction. All right. In fact, some organizations overspend. Some organizations go into negative profit. All right. Their data center, their on-prem data center expenditure was X and cloud has become X plus Y. Why? The reason is mismanagement of cloud expenditure. All right. Reason number one, cloud is coming to you on a self-service mode, right? You want to create a server, all you have to do is click some buttons and the server is created for you. Unlike on-prem, imagine if you want to ask for a server, you have to go to a manager, get an approval, go to your IT will then do the budgeting, then they'll go to the market, they procure the hardware gets delivered. It's a long process. It's almost like 3 months to build a server, right from procurement to deployment. But cloud makes it very easy. So you'll see a lot of developers, you see a lot of POCs. Okay, they just go ahead and create resources, and once their job is done, are they really bothered about the cost? As a developer, he's not really bothered about the cost, right? He'll just go ahead and create the resource. He'll do his POC. He'll do his whatever task of testing coding he has to do. And what happens? The server keeps running. And what happens after that?
Get billed.
You get billed, all right? And then because of that mismanagement, cloud becomes expensive. And there's a perception that cloud is expensive, but it's not real. I mean, yeah, there are some services which might be expensive than what you consume on-prem. Okay, but if you manage the cost efficiently in the most optimized manner, cloud can really be beneficial. All right, because it comes with a lot of features. One of the best examples is, have you heard about auto shutdown? Yes. All right. So when your servers are not in use, when your equipments are not in use, or when your resources are not in use, there's an option you can disable it, stop it. All right, and you can also destroy it when absolutely not required. All right. Auto scaling is also one of the options. When you increase the load on a specific server, it scales up. All right. And when there is no load on the server, it scales down. So auto scale is one of the best examples of cost optimization. Okay. Now, before we look at the various options of cost optimization, let us look at what are the pricing options that is available for everyone. All right. More or less every cloud provider have got similar pricing features. All right. So who can say what is Azure hybrid benefit? The answer is here.
Yeah, we are running already institutional license. If a close number size, so 40% of the cost.
Exactly. Perfect answer. So, for example, I'm an organization, all right, who has procured a lot of enterprise licenses for my SQL server, for my Windows servers, and blah blah blah. All right. Now there's a program called Azure Hybrid Benefit. So if I move to cloud, I have the option, I have the feasibility of moving my license to the cloud, which means I don't have to spend additionally for the cloud licenses. Okay, all I have to do is I just have to spin up a VM, but I'll use my existing license, which is also known as bring your own license. So with this model, you already have a 40% to 60% of discount because you're reutilizing the same license, you're not procuring additional license. That is one of the pricing options. Option number 2, Azure saving plan. What is this?
You get benefit for some time.
That's right. So there are multiple consumption models, right? So if I know that I'm going to use a specific resource only for a specific hour during a month, maybe I have a payroll system and my payroll system is only active during the end of the month and some days of beginning of the month. And the rest of the time, it is going to be idle. All right. So what I can do is I can enroll for a savings plan where I know that my utilization only going to be like 16 hours in a week or maybe 20 hours in a month. So I will go for a commitment that I'm going to utilize this amount of resource for these many hours, and that is my commitment. And I give this commitment to Azure, to Microsoft, all right, and I get charged on a very minimum level, but that commitment has to be fulfilled. All right, so you give some hourly commitment and you get a very reduced price.
Thank you.
All right. How did it get mute?
I muted everyone.
Okay. So I'm part of that everyone. Yes. All right. Perfect. What is Azure reservations?
In advance. Booking in advance.
Booking in advance. Okay. So it's like reserving your resources in advance. All right. So there is two models. Okay. One is 1 year reservation and the other is 3 year reservation. So it is like I telling you that, you know what, I want a car on lease. Okay. But I will reserve it for 1 year. Instead of you telling me daily prices, give me 1 year price. All right. And of course, the leasing company will have a discounted rate because you're leasing the car for a period of 1 year. Imagine I tell them I want to lease the car for 3 years, not 1 year, 3 years. You think I'll be getting more discounts instead of 1 year if I go for 3 years? So similarly, there is an option on Azure, all right, which is called reserved instances, where I can do some estimation that I will be requiring some of these servers permanently. For example, your domain controllers. No matter whether your business is up and down, okay, no matter what sort of application you're going to build in the future, all right, there will be certain servers or certain workloads which you will have to have anyways. All right, for example, your domain controllers, your DNS servers, your core applications like your Exchange servers. All right, you are going to use that, right? Whether business is happening or not, you're still going to continue to using that, right? So for such workload where you know that this is going to be permanently with my business, all right, for the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you can subscribe such instances under, oh, what happened? Can you go back? So I can go for reserve instances, and in reserve instances, I get around 70 to 80% discounts as well for some workloads. All right. But there's one catch. Once you enroll for reserve instances, you cannot cancel it. All right. Because even if you cancel, you already paid for that. All right. Or you're already committed for that. All right. Now, again, the payment can be upfront. You can get benefit of upfront payment, or you can also have a pay-as-you-go methodology where you get paid for reserve instances on a monthly bill as well. So there is no upfront payment for that. But for savings plans, there is upfront payment. But for Azure reserve instances, there are two options. Both the options are available. You can either pay upfront or you can do a monthly billing as well. All right. Fourth option, there are going to be a lot of workloads which is just going to be temporary for dev and test purpose. These are not your production workloads. You're not really going to impact any business, or you're not really very critical about those servers. All right. This is only for testing and development purposes. So there's a separate track for that. Okay. Which is you can create resources under this plan, and this comes very cheap. Of course, you will not get the most advanced and the most latest hardware. Okay. The processor might be like 2 or 3 year old. Okay. Not the latest and the high performing PCs. But these will be like good for your dev and test purposes. And again, you get a very healthy discount. All right. The SLAs might not be that great, but for a dev and test, I really don't care, right? If my CPUs don't clock to the peak performance, it's fine, right? I'm still doing dev and test. All right. What is spot instance? This is very interesting. Yeah, it's like betting. All right. For example, I own DMart. You know what is DMart? It's an Indian equivalent of Walmart in the US, right? Maybe a grocery supermarket. All right. During the weekends, okay, you generally see a lot of stepping. Footfall is generally higher on weekends. Footfall is also generally higher during the salary days, like the start of the month or the end of the month. So that's when people come in to the grocery shopping and stuff like that. So you generally see that their billing system, okay, will be utilized at its peak. Generally, if it's on a normal day, if it's like just 10 servers needed, on a peak, maybe they require like 100 servers. All right. So for such instances, what I can do is I can do a betting. Okay, I can go to the Azure portal. I can go to spot instances. All right. There I will see what is the current rate of a specific virtual machine. Okay, and it's very dirt cheap. It is like $0.2 or $0.3 or $0.001 for 1 hour. Okay. So for example, if my billing system is scaled behind a load balancer, and I say, okay, go to auto scale. All right. At any point, I will have at least like 10 servers, which is minimum that I require. All right. And I will set auto scaling that go to 100, and I will set auto scaling to use instances of spot instance. So when there is load, I think my time is almost up, but we'll just take another 5 minutes and we'll wind up. So I can bet for spot instance. I can go there and I can put a bid. So I will see the current price, which will be like X value, and I can say X plus 1. And if I am the highest bidder at that point, those instances are assigned to me. I can use it until someone else comes and bids it again. The only problem is it is not perpetual. All right. You will lose it anytime the moment somebody else comes and bids a higher rate than you. But it is good for those workloads where even if I lose 1 or 2 servers, my main servers are still there behind my load balancer, which is still taking care of the job. But for such peak load, when you set this with auto scaling, it really gives you more benefit because you really get it at like 0.3, 0.4% of the actual cost. So that is spot instance. And these are majority of pricing model with most cloud providers. All right. But one of the pioneers, again, you have Microsoft Azure giving the virtual spot instances and Azure benefit. All right. Because if you see most SQL licenses, most Windows licenses, Microsoft gives you native as part of your package. All right. So this is how it is. Any questions on this before you move on? No? All right. So we look at the ways of doing cost optimization. All right. So is there any question from online members? Is there? Okay, so if there are questions, maybe you can also put it on chat and we can do a Q&A maybe later, right?
Yeah, I have the chat.
Okay,
I will let you know if there's any.
perfect. So what are some of the ways of doing cost optimization on cloud? Budgeting is one of the ways. Yes, you set budgets, you set alerts on that. Yes. What else? Third-party solutions. Third-party solutions. Yes. Okay. So third-party solutions means what?
I know for cybersecurity company named Holis.
Okay.
They allow you to scan what you are using on the cloud, and they
tell you that
they will tell you that this stuff was not used for the last
Perfect.
2 months, 3 months, we can do
That's
that.
right. That's right. Okay. So there's a service called Azure Advisor. All right. So Azure Advisor will look at your entire estate of cloud. All right. And it has got a lot of logics built in. It looks at your usage pattern. It looks at your consumption. It also looks at whether your resources are over provisioned or under provisioned, and it will give you advice. It will give you recommendations. Hey, you know what? You're using your 32 core VM, but its peak utilization has never gone beyond 4 vCPUs. All right. So there are the advisors. So we'll quickly look at the 8 areas, all right, where cost optimization can come from. All right. Broadly, if you see that, one is you shut down your unused resources. Okay, when not in use. You have your virtual machines which are not going to be used at all, like a non-prod or dev environment, or staging environment. These are not going to be used when there's nobody testing it, right? These are non-prod environments. Shut down when they're not in use. Number two, if you have over provision, all right, your Azure advisor will tell you that, hey, you know what, these many resources are over provisioned, and you can bring the size down. You can scale it down so that it matches. Because sometimes it really happens, right? When you're doing some testing and development, you did it in an environment and you want to do the same replica in the production area. But in real life production, you may not really hit those unit transactions, then those servers will just remain idle with unused resources. So you can right size this, okay? Go for savings plan for dynamic workloads. As I told you, all right, wherever possible, if you know that I'm going to commit these many hours for this application, go for those saving plans because that really reduces the cost of your consumption. For this, reserve instances, we spoke about it for all your consistent workloads. Fifth, we spoke about this Azure hybrid benefit. If your organization already has on-prem licenses, check if you have an agreement with Microsoft to get it converted into Azure hybrid benefit if you're moving to cloud, because that gives you real discounts. Auto scaling, one of the most beautiful features, all right, for cloud platforms. You only use the resources when required, otherwise you don't use them. You upscale when there is peak load, and you downscale or you descale when there is no load. All right. Choose the right Azure compute service. All right. This has to be done with a lot of governance in place. All right. If your SQL, I'll just give an example. If your SQL database can be run using a standard license, all right, don't go for enterprise license. All right. If you can run a server, all right, on a B family or an A family, which is cheaper, these are like virtual machine families, right? Don't go for M series and higher series. All right. Look at the most relevant, okay, and then choose the right services. And the last, I think my friend said, set up budgets and alerts. All right. So all of this comes with native Azure features, right, on the portal. Okay. Not necessarily you have to go for third party. These are all advisor features. Azure Advisor gives you these recommendations around these 8 areas. All right. That's the last one, set up budgets. So you can accumulate all the departments, all right, give them their cost centers, and you can set a budget for each of their resources, for each of their subscription, all right, so that they don't go offshoot, they don't increase their consumption without knowing. So when you know that there is a budget, they'll be very mindful of utilizing the resources. That is budget. And if alerts are set for proper utilization, okay, the administrators, the junior resources who are consuming those resources, they'll really get the notification saying that there is something wrong with your expense, your budget was so and so, and now you're almost like 90% of your budget or 80% of your budget. All right. That is it. These are the 8 areas of cost optimization. All right. There can be more which can be spoken about. We can go deep dive into each and every area, but I think we can have those sessions later on. For today, I think that is it in cost optimization. Any questions? Any possible thing that you've not understood? Anything that you want to clarify? We have 2 more minutes before we move down to the next session. Okay, thanks a lot. Wonderful, thanks.
Hello,
Thank you.
hello.
Thank you
I
very much.
have question.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, is there any? I heard about that. There is always free service, or maybe there is some limitation for always free, right? Is there any Azure always free service?
Azure always free services.
Is there a limitation on Azure free services?
Okay, so the services that are free are absolutely free. For example, Azure Advisor itself is a free service.
No, I think what he's saying is like, can I have a subscription that will activate for me contributor that will work only on free services. And if we try to open something that is not free, it will get blocked.
Yeah. So there is policy. Okay. So you can apply policy and restrict the user to activate or provision any service which is chargeable. So there are policies and these can be controlled user restrictions. Is that the answer? I mean, I hope that was the answer to your question. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
using policies, we can
that-
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, through the policy, right? There is like Azure function. There is free limit for Azure function, right? For
Azure function has got a number of free transactions, and you can set up policy to restrict Azure functions to not go beyond the free transaction limit.
exactly.
That's what So see, by default, Azure has certain limits. There are soft limit and there are hard limit for every resources. So if your question is related to that, by default, there are certain limits. And let's say there is a hard limit, you can still drop an email to Microsoft and they can give you some leverage to increase that limit. And the other things you can control via rollback access control. Does that answer your question?
yeah, there is hard limit and there is soft limit.
Right. So all the resources that you could see in the Azure cloud, let it be storage, let it be compute, load balancer, all those has a soft limit and hard limit.
So what's the difference? Can you?
It depends like how many resources, for example, how many VMs you can deploy in a particular subscription. So let's say there would be a limit of 1500. If you want to increase that limit, you can drop an email to Microsoft and they can increase the limit for you.
Yeah, this is the normal limit that with the normal subscription.
Right.
Yeah, but if I want to limit the usage just for free limitation, that I can do it through. Yeah.
Yes, that you can control via Azure policies. So you can define like who all can deploy the resources, who can have access to certain XYZ regions, and etc.
Yeah, just for development and testing purpose. That's what.
All right, team, thank you very much. So this is the complete of the first session. Now, before moving on to the next session, definitely there is a surprise. Since you all said no,
A pleasant
a pleasant surprise. Thank you for the correction. All right. So what we want to do is, on this session, we want to hand out a goodie, and the criteria was the one who asks more question. This particular session will get a goodie. So I'll hand over to your name, sir.
Musa.
Musa. I think those who have joined online, we have taken a quick break over here. We'll join in another 5 minutes. It's 11:14 over here in Dubai, and I think we'll join by 11:20. So please help yourself. Thank you. 11:19, so that we can start in a minute.
We'll catch up again.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We believe it was a good recharge.
Yes, you're right.
Right? So it's 11:20 and we are going to start the next session. So in terms of governance, we have seen the Azure governance. What are the basic requirements of in terms of Azure governance, the baseline, and we have also gone to understand the cost optimization methodology. What are the things that you should take care in terms of cost to handle to manage your Azure infrastructure? So the next topic is very, very important. It's going to take have a look at Azure security, right? So I'm going to invite our colleagues, Arthur Sheikh and Alabak. Both are very well known speakers back in Bombay and they are here in Dubai. So we would want to, use them over here. I'll call Akhtar and Alabak. Thank you.
Hello all. So I will first introduce myself. My name is Akhtar Sheikh. I have 17 plus years of experience in IT. From past 5 years, I am a Microsoft certified trainer. Talking about my experience in my current capacity, I am responsible for cloud solutioning. I am also responsible for building the tech community within our cloud practice. I'm leading a cloud practice, especially the Microsoft Azure and other hypervisors as well. And I'm also responsible for building the partnership and alliances with the different vendors and the different hypervisors. I would like to invite Alabak.
Hey, thank you. Hi all. Hope you have all had a wonderful snacks. So myself, Alabak, I'm from Mumbai. I've been in this industry for more than 20 years. The basic thing is I used to train Microsoft products, mostly from native technologies to the latest technology, whatever the upcoming technologies Microsoft launches. So I've been into those areas. Basically, I train and post training, I help them to get the jobs. So I place the resources. So that's what basically I've been doing it. Came to Dubai here for this session and to meet you wonderful people. And hopefully we'll have this network growing in the future. Right. Thank you. We'll continue with the session and then we'll have interaction.
So today we're going to talk about the Azure security. So mostly we will be talking about the high level and we will be covering the cloud native or Azure native security components. Now, can anyone tell me why there is a need of cloud security, or let's say in the traditional world, why there is the need of security?
To protect the
Protection against
Protect the
system.
Protect that one.
let us protect the data. What else? Tax. Business. Okay.
Confidentiality of the information, availability.
Information. Yeah, the most important part is information. So you need to protect the information, you need to protect the data, you need to protect your application, workloads which are running, let it be on the cloud or let it be on the on-prem, right? So let us understand the different ways or why you need to protect it. So for example, you need to protect your data. So how you can do it? There are different ways. You can decrypt your data and you can protect it. How you can protect your application? So you can have, let's say, the vulnerabilities around your application, you can protect it. You can have good governance around the application. Same thing goes on top of it, your compute and containers. So you could enable firewall rolling around it. You can enable the segregation around it and ports, what ports or IP addresses you want to communicate, right? So that is another thing. Then your network. So your macro segmentation of your network that you can do, and you can keep the isolated environment.
There are people that online, they're saying they're not able to see the screen.
Acha.
So we just want to stop and start the presenting again.
Yeah.
It's visible. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, so apart from the network segmentation, there are other things as well, like your physical security. But when you move to the cloud, you're not necessary to take care of your physical security. That becomes a job of your hypervisor. Hypervisor is nothing but the cloud service provider. So it could be Azure, it could be GCP, AWS, you name it. So that will be the responsibility of that. The one more important thing is protection of your identity. So there are chances that your identity may get stolen, right? So you may get compromised your identity. So that is also important to protect it. Now, can anyone tell me what are the different ways of attack and threats in the market? That is the way to protect it. Anyone else? Different? Okay. Credential breach. Okay. Cross-site SQL injection. Okay. So I will call out some threat and common pattern of attack. One is your data breach. Your data may get compromised or it may get stolen, right? The other one is dictionary attack. So this is primarily for your identity. Your identity may get compromised. So there will be an attacker, for example, he may try to pull the data of your passport, or let's say the different identities which you have. Then we have phishing. So you must have seen a lot of outlets in your office which says that do not click on the email of which you feel they are suspicious, right? So the moment you click on it, that would be phishing, and your data may get compromised, right? The other thing is spear phishing. So this is a targeted attack on targeted or focused audience. So for example, you may receive an email from your manager itself, though it was not sent by him. But the moment you click on it, there will be a viruses on your system. That's very well possible. And then the fifth one, which is a very common one, and you must have heard about it, ransomware attack. Right? So people will attack your network and they may demand for the money against it, right? And there is one more, which is disruptive attack. And that is where we have a DDoS protection to take care of that. Now, these are the common patterns of attack. Now, how do you ensure that you are protecting? So there is a very good model called zero trust model. You must have heard about it. And this is not restricted to any hypervisor. This is applicable to any hypervisor which is available in the market. Now, the way you do it in zero trust model is do not trust anyone. Verify everything. Have the least privilege. So least privilege one, I think we discussed in the governance model as well. So give the only enough privilege to that person so that he can do XYZ things only, not more than that, right? Then we have a just-in-time access. So let's say the access will be given on XYZ software, and that access will be revoked in maybe there is a predefined time, let's say for 10 minutes, then the access will be revoked automatically. So that way you can take care of that. Your authorization, administration, the encryption, right? So these are the different ways. This is actually a combination of for your zero trust model. Now, before we move further, it is also equally important to understand the shared security model. So there are certain things that you are responsible for. I mean, when I say you as a customer, and there's certain responsibility which Microsoft takes on it. So for example, the blue boxes that you see, those are the responsibility for a customer. And the gray one are the responsibilities of Microsoft. Now, if you look at the traditional model, so these are the different hosting options are available. I'm not going into details of like what is software as a service, platform as a service, or infrastructure as a service. I'm assuming that you are well aware of it. So now, starting with the traditional model, let's say you are hosting your application or your data on the on-premises. So you are responsible for your identity management, for the protection, your data center, your cooling capacity, storage capacity, your physical security. You are responsible for each and every line item which is mentioned as a responsibility. But then when you move to the cloud, this picture changed. Now, all the data centers, the physical network, your physical host, that's the responsibility of Microsoft. Maintaining that data center, security of it. You know that Microsoft has data centers across the globe, right? So they are responsible to keeping that data center up to the mark. And let's say if there is any outage, they will ensure that the other data center, redundant data center is getting up, right? So that's their responsibility. But then there are certain responsibility you as a customer, you need to take care of it when you move to the cloud. For example, your data, your protection to the endpoints, your let it be private endpoint, public endpoints, your application protection. So you will have some governance around the application. You'll also ensure that you are controlling your network path. What is allowed, what is not allowed at the network level, your network segmentation, the protection at the operating system. For example, what kind of patches you want to apply to your operating system that you will ensure. Only the authorized patches will be allowed. So you're responsible for that, right? Though the underlying ecosystem is responsibility of Microsoft, but then certain elements that you are responsible. Yeah.
Even in the SaaS model now, you are saying that Azure, Microsoft is responsible for the physical network and the network control.
No. So this one, see.
Of the SaaS model.
Yeah. So on the SaaS model, this is fully managed services. I will come.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Even Microsoft is responsible for the network control. If I configure in a wrong way the network system, when I implement my services and my application on my business, I will be responsible, not Microsoft.
I'm coming to that. Okay. So we discussed about the IS model. The same thing goes for the PaaS. I'll come to your question. Okay. So again, the PaaS model is where you are only responsible for your data and your security controls around the access management. The rest of the thing is taken care by the Microsoft because they are the custodian of the underlying ecosystem, your network. But then if you look at it, you're partially responsible for this at the network level. Okay. Microsoft will provide you the network, but then what controls you want to apply at that network level? For example, the network security group. You may want to control the IP addresses. You may want to control the port which you want to connect at the PaaS, because ultimately it is going to sit on any virtual network only, the PaaS services, right? Now, when we come to the SaaS, this is a fully managed service. You don't see the underlying ecosystem. Right? There are some application, for example, Office 365, and you only get to see your mailbox, nothing else, right? At the back end, what is happening, you are not aware of it. So you are only responsible for your data, for your account and access management, your identity and directory infrastructure, but then rest of the thing, Microsoft is responsible. If you happen to take the SaaS requirements.
Yeah, but even if I get the SaaS service, which I have like multiple entities, different UI, or across the globe, using this SaaS services, I'm handling the network infrastructure for my business to work on the SaaS.
See, this is in the context of particular SaaS service. For example, you're using Office 365 or Dynamic 365. Okay. Right. Any question, guys, on this? People who are online, any questions, or shall we move to the next topic? Yeah, so this is quite important to understand what's the shared responsibility so that you can hold people responsible. Okay, so this is, we call it as a defense in depth, right? So these are different controls to ensure that your environment or your ecosystem is hygiene and it is secure. So we'll start with the identity. We'll go a little deep here. I will invite Alabak to talk about what are the different ways that we can secure the identity and access.
Thank you. All right. When it comes to identity, we all know we all have the user account. We are already using it, right? If I say we all own the debit card and credit cards, right? And if somebody says that they know your debit card number with the password, how would it be for you? Will you be happy? Not at all, right? Okay. So if I say in next 5 minutes, if I interact with you, I'll ask some questions. After that, I'll be able to say the number. Now, is it surprising? Little bit, right? Okay. So who would like to volunteer themselves? Okay, I'll meet with you later. So we will discuss on that and I'll share your number because I don't want to make it public. Any which way, as I said, the debit cards or credit cards are an identity for us because it's closely associated to our income, our savings, right? Similarly, the identity of the organization, the identity that we use with our credential needs to be secure. So in an organization, when we are connecting and when we are logging in, right? So when you log in, probably there are people who will be within the organizations who will be connecting within the network, and there might be people who will be connecting over the internet. And there are good people and there are bad people, right? We never know. How many of you here, I can say that you know your credentials password? Anybody? Not getting recorded, don't worry. I'm not going to share this with anyone. Anybody says that we know your colleague's password? We do, right? I know. We do. So what happens is it's easily getting compromised. So we cannot trust. So the identity, the user ID is an identity for an individual. And if that is getting compromised, that is getting shared, that means all the informations, and it's a huge threat, right? The moment the password is shared, it's a huge threat. So Azure says that, okay, to make sure that even if the password is shared, there should be another way of authentication. That's the multi-factor authentication, right? When we do any kind of transaction or we do any net banking kind of thing, definitely we get another OTP to ensure that we are the right person who supposed to do that transaction, right? So that's Azure ensures that the multi-factor authentications needs to be enabled so that even any person who has a ill intention of making use of your password, still you should not be able to do it unless you are aware of it, right? So the multi-factor is something which is obviously there. How many of you already aware about the core concept of Active Directory, how the users are created, how they are managed, and what is that when it comes to Azure? How this connectivity happens? How many of you already aware of it? I know in online it will be very difficult for me to understand, but offline I can see two hands coming in. How about others? Okay, fair enough, not a problem. All right, I'll try to explain you the basics, how it actually connectivity happens and what is actually an identity is all about. So Microsoft basically calls this as an Active Directory that we call as a native Active Directory. And here is the all the users, they are getting created. All the users basically created in Active Directory. Active Directory is part of Windows Service. The moment you purchase the Windows license, server license, Windows 2022 is the latest versions, right? Prior to that, 2019 and 2016, whatever version you go with, you will get the options of installing Active Directory domain service. So when you install it, you have the options of creating users and managing them within your own infrastructure. This is on premises. All right. So now Azure has came up with an option, right? You don't need to manage the server. You don't need to own your server. You don't need to keep your own data center. You can keep all those informations and everything over the cloud. At the same time, you should have all the controls with you. So these are identities. These are the users who they were created in on premises, right? Then the concept of Azure came in. And we call this as Azure AD, right? So now if somebody wants to connect the on premises to the cloud,
that is Azure AD, right? They need something to help to get this data migrated here. That is called as Azure AD Connect, right? So this is an application that is available online. We can download it. What we need to do is we need to just create one more VMs within your existing infrastructure on premises. Once this VM is created, this will become a member server. In this member server, you will download this tool. Download this tool. And once the tool is downloaded, you have to configure it in such a way that the local Active Directory data, the identity of the user's identity will get replicated here, will get synced here. And the one catch is these are native and these are latest. So there is no reverse proxy. I mean, it will not come this way down to the on-premises server. It will go towards cloud. Okay, so whatever the users you create, it will get replicated to the Azure cloud. So Azure AD Sync is what you need to install. After that, there will be a domain admin who will having the complete privilege of installing and configuring, managing the Active Directory. With that privilege, you will give the access. You will get the options to put in the credentials, and since after you click next, there will be an options to give the global admin. Global admin account is the account which will have the complete control of your Azure Active Directory. So once you give the credential here, then it will let you sync the data. The data will be synced, and once the data is synced, the identities, all thing can be managed from here. Right? So you can manage. So once all the identity got synced to the Azure AD, you can have multi-factor authentication. Rollback based access is what we discussed in the earlier session as well. So multi-factor authentication you can enable. You have the centralized identity management, where in the centralized console you can have the manage all the identity of the users. Identity protection is a feature available in Azure AD that we can enable, and we can also have the privileged identity management individually. So there are many options, right? And individually, if we keep discussing, the session will go beyond. But for you to have the nutshell of idea what the options we have, how we can have the data secured, these are the features available in Azure AD, right? So I'll ask Akhtar to continue the next session for remaining part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alosh. So as Alosh explained, like there are different ways to protect your identity. It is also equally important to protect your application and data. So now there are various ways, and I will be sticking to the native solution which is available in the Microsoft Azure. Now the first one is encryption. So what happens is you need to ensure that while your data is in motion, or let's say it is in transit or it is at rest, you need to encrypt that data. So there is various ways to encrypt the data. So there is a symmetric and there is a asymmetric algorithm. I will explain that. So what happens is let's say there is a data, and so you send that data, you will encrypt that data with certain keys and algorithm, and then the receiving person will have that. He will decrypt that data with his private key. Okay, so we'll encrypt the data with the public key, and the person who receives it, he will decrypt it with the his private key, right? So that's the a secure channel you establish, and you can have the encryption in place. So there is a customer managed keys. That is where you go for the public and private, right? Then we have a confidential computing. So this is advanced feature which Microsoft has introduced. So we talked about data in transit, and we also talked about data as rest. But what about the data which is in use, which is in memory? How are you going to encrypt that? So we have a feature called confidential computing. This is available in D series, specific D series. I don't recall the name of that, but then this is specifically to encrypt your data while it is in use. Then we also have a key management. So in Azure, we have a key vault. So there you can keep your secrets, you can keep your password, you can keep your certificates. And then that's about the securing your data and the application. Now, how do you secure your application? Any idea like what are the different methods that we can implement to secure your application? But
Not open unnecessary ports on the network.
that will fall in the network portion. Application level, what are the security measures that we can? Certificate we covered. SSL. All right. So gentlemen talked about WAF, right? So there are different ways. So in Azure, let's say you have a distributed environment, then there is something called Azure front door. Let's say you have a presence across the globe. Your users are across the globe. So then you can go for Azure front door. That's the service which is available. It supports your SSL offloading. It supports the load balancing. It also supports the WAF functionality which you talked about. But this is applicable if you have a huge presence of the users across the globe, right? Let's say you have a limited users within UE, but then you want to ensure that you have a WAF functionality. Then there is an option called application gateway in Azure. So using that, this is a regional service. So it works at the layer 7 and it's providing the protection at the application level, right? So that's how you will secure your application. And at the same time, at the application level, you can also define which IPs are allowed, who are the users who are allowed. You can do that security at the application level, okay? So that's about the application and security. Now, we also have a pillar called security for your network. How are you going to secure your network? Any idea? What is the functionality in the network? NSG, somebody said NSG.
And NSG, then access control list, for example.
Access control. Azure Firewall. NAT. And anyone else?
VPN.
You can read out from here as well.
VPN for hybrid connections.
VPN, right. So VPN, that is to ensure that you have a hybrid connectivity as well as the data which you are transferring. By default, it is encrypted. So let's say it is a S2S VPN, then by default, it supports the IPv1 and IPv2. These are the encryption method that we have, right? Now, we talked about the DDoS protection, right? Can anyone tell me, I mean, the person who answers this will get a goodie. What is full form of DDoS? Sorry? Anyone else?
Yeah. So
Okay. So somebody talked about the network security group. Let's say you have a network. So first of all, you need to segment that network. So in your network, you could have development environment, you could have the production environment, or you can have a QA environment. Or application wise, you could have multiple applications, right? So you may want to segregate that. How do you ensure that the applications are not talking to each other? Subnet is one way to do it, right? But then how do you ensure that the communication, because what happens is by default, whatever you put inside the virtual network, they can talk to each other. How do you bring that segregation within the network?
Network security.
Yes, so one way is the network security group. You can have port-based communication, IP-based communication restricted. And you can also have a firewall.
Yes.
Okay, which can control that communication as well. Okay, then we also have UDRs. So let's say there is a traffic which is coming from the on-premises, and you want to decide what should be the next destination for that traffic. Then we have a user-defined route. So what will happen is, let's say it's the external traffic, it will first hit to the firewall, and then it will reach to the destination looking at the UDS which you have defined. Okay. Then we also talked about the enterprise connectivity, we talked about the WAF. Now let's talk about the threat protection. So in Azure, we have a service called Defender. Anyone aware of what a Defender? What it does?
It's kind of a threat.
The beginning, it was the antivirus solution of the operating system.
So one question to the people who are online and who are there. Can it support both on-premises and the cloud?
Yes.
I will repeat the question. Can it perform a scan workloads which are running on the on-premises as well as on the cloud?
Yes.
It's an agent, Defender is an agent that will go on the device where you can activate it. Means if you want to make on-premise, you have to get the agent Defender installed on the machine on-premise.
But does it support or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Answer is yes. So answer is yes. So there are some services available in Microsoft Azure which can take care of your on-premises infrastructure as well as your cloud. For example, Flash backup is another example. If those agents get pushed to the on-premises VMs, you can take a backup of those as well, and you can define a centralized policy as well, right? Now, we also have SQL protection. So what happens is there is an extended feature of Defender, which can take care of or which can track who is doing the database exploitation, right? Somebody, if there is any malicious activities which is going on, right? If there is an antivirus or something like that. So this feature will protect you from that exploitation. Okay, SQL threat protection. Similarly, we have a lot of other solutions like IoT security solution, which can take care of your security for your IoT device, because your IoT devices could be spread across different environments, right? So that feature is also there. Now, this is all okay, but then you should have a mechanism to track. You should have a mechanism to keep your logs, right? For compliance perspective. Let's say maybe you want to go to the court for against the XYZ person, right? For that, you need some evidences. So who can provide that? Your log management. So you can have a retention on your logs in terms of audit perspective, right? Then we have a security assessment. Now, what happens is, let's say I'm a new organization. I want to know where I stand in terms of my security chart. So that is where there are tools available, which I think Kasim also showed on the assessment, right? So using that tool, you can do the assessment of your security posture, and it can give you scoring. Okay, it can give you scoring against your reliability, your cost management, your security, and based on that, it will also give you some recommendation. So using that recommendation, you can improve your overall score, right? And then we also talked about the governance and policies in detail. So I will not go in detail there, right? And there is the last one is assign solution. Any idea? Again, this question is qualified for goodies. What is the assign solution available in Microsoft Azure? The guys who have already answered, they can't. You're not allowed. What is that solution available?
So I'll tell you, it's a very sentimental question. It's the same solution.
The same solution is there. What do you call in Azure? The same solution. I can tell you the third party one, IBM theory. Can anyone relate? In Microsoft Azure? No.
So I already gave you a hint. It's a sentimental question.
Yes.
Security incident event management.
Security.
Security incident event management.
The full form.
That's a full form, Sam. I'm talking about what's the native solution available. All right. So that concludes, the different mechanism or controls that you can implement to secure your data, your application, as well as your how you can do a security management at the every level. Okay, I will take a pause here. Let me know if there are any questions. I will take it.
There is one thing that is on threat protection from Azure. It's threat intelligence.
Threat intelligence.
Yes.
That's the same solution.
It's not same solution. It's part of the threat protection.
Yeah. So that's part of your
AI-based detection.
Yeah. So, yeah.
More important is to get the threat intelligence. Know if your infrastructure, your naming.
That's part of your SM solution. Yes. It does alert detection. It does your threat visibility.
What some threat will do, it will just get logged from other devices in order to make.
Yeah, but then it can take the proactive actions as well. It is a feature.
Yeah, it can do response.
Right. It can make a response to your threat.
No, but the threat intelligence.
Threat intelligence.
Yes.
Threat intelligence means.
Are you talking about defender?
No, I will go to the dark web and check if my admin account is not leaked somewhere. If my password that I have on my Active Directory are not leaked somewhere.
Yeah, so I will tell you, see, in Azure, there are two things. One is your Azure Advisor, which will tell you what is hygiene of your overall environment. And it gives you the security, overall scoring on the 5 pillars. One is your reliability, operational excellence, cost, and the security. But then if you come to the security center, that's where it will tell you what is the hygiene level of your security, your threat protection, your alerting, all those things. It's kind of a dashboard. I don't have the picture ready handy with me, but it will give you the dashboard. Now, talking about that threat intelligence, that could be a part of your Azure Defender, and it could also be part of your SIEM solution.
Yeah, but how it will part of same solution? Let me give you an example of threat intelligence. It's like for me to know that the user, when I ask him to change his password every 2 months, for example, he's using a password, a new password. I have the knowledge from the dark web that this password is already used somewhere. Don't use it. No, don't allow it. This is threat intelligence. You get the point?
What's the solution you have for that?
The external solution. I'm using recorded future. I'm using.
No, I would suggest.
Also, there is a solution named Sentinel-1.
I agree with you, but then if you could read the features of SIEM solution, this feature is there. I'm 100% sure.
Sentinel does that. It does threat intelligence.
It does threat intelligence. That's the purpose. See, it aggregates the data. It aggregates the data. It does the visualization of your threat. It also detects your alert. It also do a proactive hunting as well. That's a feature of SIEM solution. Okay, any other question, guys?
A quick question from hybrid connectivity perspective. So like we have site to site and then we have express route, right? So what additional level of security other than dedicated line, for example, from on-premises to Azure data center?
Yeah, so see, there are two ways. If you want to secure your on-premises network, right, that S2S will by default will have that encryption, but then the where it will reach is your gateway, and then you can define a user route, whether to route it through the firewall or whether you want to route it directly to the virtual network.
Yeah,
that control you can have.
That is within Azure network. We can define that. But what about when it is that data is in transition, for example?
So on-premise also you will have some network firewall capacity. There also you can do that. Okay, let's say you want that all the traffic to be first passed to the on-premises firewall, you can do that. It's all about how you want to define the routes.
Only difference is dedicated bandwidth in the express.
All right. Any other question or?
Is there any way that in case of any API keys or something, API keys or anything getting echoed from the public repository? API keys.
API keys.
Like the release keys, for example, for using certain services over there. Let's say that it should be used as a key in order to access that particular service. Let's say that particular.
Yeah, so there are different mechanisms to send that private key. One is your public key. By default, that will be available. Okay, the other one is your private key, but there is a different mechanism. I'm not aware of how we send that, but then there is a mechanism to share that private key so that you can decrypt that data.
But then it's like same as threat intelligence. Like I have my key, API key from Active Directory on premise to Active Directory on the cloud as well. And over ID connect communication, this key that I'm sharing to make the connection of the users, to know if it's linked on the dark web. And someone can use it.
Some developers might be committing this particular key to some public repository.
Yeah, so that is where you have threat hunting, proactive threat hunting feature of SIEM solution. It will tell you if there is any leakage.
So that's enabled by default?
Yeah, so what happens is, what is the purpose of SIEM solution is it aggregated data from different sources. So you are generating application log, you're generating the logs from your network. It will capture all of those, and it has proactive measures to take care of your hunting of your threat detection as well. So it will take care of that as well.
I have to configure.
Just to jump in interest of time, let's take the extension of this question during our lunch and networking time, because I see there is one more hand is already raised online. Let's take that question. Or I don't know who has raised the.
Hey, hi, Kasim. This is Barkat from FTEB. Um, I have a query where I was doing some UDRs and I wanted to check the possibility that whether from a site-to-site VPN gateway, defining the UDRs will allow or make the traffic go from on-premises firewall via the tunnel.
Yeah, so see, there is a concept called forced tunneling.
Correct.
So if you want all your traffic to be routed through on-premises firewall, you can do that. You have to publish the zero route, 000/0.
To publish the zero route to VPN gateway.
Yeah, on the firewall in the Azure UDR, you have to define this forced tunneling. You can do the reading on that.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barkat. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Khalid. Sorry, thank you, Akhtar and Navab. We will complete this session over here. Right. As you have done the surprise in the last session, so we want to continue that now as well. I'll ask Atif to come over here and hand over the goodies. I'll ask Akhtar and Lavaksh to pick two of the participants who had a very good question, right? But not the repeated one.
They are the one who repeated, yeah.
Right?
I like Musa's questions.
But he got it.
So he got it. Okay. So
And that guy.
the other guy also
Yeah.
a lot of questions. I don't recall your name.
And mention your name. And in the meanwhile, I would ask the next speaker to set up his laptop. We'll utilize the time over there.
Thank you.
And the next goodie, one more from one more to who? After you have to identify one.
You have to identify one more.
Thank you very much.
The one who gave the answer of Sentinel. I mean, you can go first.
He is already there.
Okay. Sorry.
I think over there, you asked a question, right? You asked a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
That also asked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
guys,
come forward.
If you want to win the goodies, please ask the
Please
question.
ask the question. You should trouble all our speakers with questions.
Your name?
Omar.
Omar Qasim. Oh, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So that ends the second session. So in terms of our theme today, which was about the governance, cost management, security, right? So the fourth line in the theme, if you would have noticed, the fourth line was all about infrastructure as a code. Okay. So that is what we are going to get into right now. We have Noman Sadiq with us. He's just setting up his laptop and then he will take you through his journey of infrastructure as a code. Noman, over to you. I'm feeling very, sad that we are not able to pass on any goodies to the people, those who have joined online. That's it, Karna.
So,
What?
SDM.
working?
Those over here, if you want to utilize the time to have some water, please do.
Oh yeah. Just check on. You have to add him to Teams. Okay. Everyone back getting around that. What drives you? I have a.
Okay, hello. Hi. So I don't have much radical things, and I have little to talk, but more to try to make the session more take a knowledge and to ask more questions or can ask anything. So my session is regarding how we can protect infrastructure before deploying.
No, but you have to go to Teams. Oh, share screen. For the online. Is it fine? Good. Thank you.
Okay. So how we can protect the infrastructure before we going to deploy? So that's the main thing we should do it before deploy. We should take it as it is security best practices on your local machine. Make sure it is not going to deploy without any security vulnerabilities. Okay, let's start. I have some agenda. So that's we can talk about what are kind of the security compliance, information security, and infrastructure vulnerability. Then OS matrices and vulnerabilities and infrastructure. Okay, Chaco is an open source tool. I will explain later how it works. Container vulnerability, it's more about containerized. Now one is going to Kubernetes. So everything is a containerized. Then we do automation, some on GitHub. So I have built already a pipeline which we are as an infrastructure which is going to deploy. So we will scan and do questions, virtual networking and networking. Okay, let's talk about introduction about security. Security, like we have lot of security issues. There is not only one issue. Okay, so network security is the biggest thing. So when we deploy anything on infrastructure, you have one network security issue. Mainly your assets are public. You need to make sure it is not public. And you need to open whenever you deploy something on cloud. By default, some things are implemented automatically. If you deploy any EC2 machine or a virtual machine, it will be public IP and you are able to access it. There are security rules you need to apply for that to access the application. So it is kind of a security. Security. Then the vulnerability management. So okay, we are deploying OS-based application, so everyone is OS. So vulnerabilities are inside the OS. So if you are deploying any application, so you need to make sure your OS is very restrictive. So let's suppose I deploy an application that is on IIS. So it is meant to be used only IIS, not for anything else to use on the OS. So there is OS-based vulnerability. And there are compliant requirements like ISO 2701. So there is a link. So there are standards already implemented. So those standards we need to follow, but these are already provided by the Azure or many multi-cloud players. And adoption of the international standards and industry best practices. So that adoption is like everyone in the industry, they are implementing something new. So they are every year there are new standards that are coming up in the market. So we need to follow that and we need to implement those things. And there are hardening and best practices. Hardening is another part of infrastructure security, like hardening is mean OS hardening. That I explain like OS hardening, nobody can access it in my machine. So once we deploy, nobody can go to the machine. That is hardening. Hardening means we should restrict. Okay, this application needs to be used only to display to some data or something like that. So it does not mean somebody can access it and do it. So it is kind of a security vulnerability for the containers, for the machine, for the virtual machine, for everything. Okay, there are audits and existing system audits and existing system server hardening, application hardening, database hardening, and application system hardening. Okay. So these kind of things, there are hardening events. Okay, so network security is like a inbound and outbound, like egress and egress.
So there are rules we implemented everywhere whenever we deploy application, virtual machine, containerized, or any multi-cloud. So there are two rules. You need to make sure you're inbound, you need to make sure you're outbound. Where I'm connecting my application. So this is security vulnerability. So we need to make sure I can connect only these services which is required for this application. I cannot connect the other. So it is another vulnerability. And inbound is, of course, who can access my application, who can access my server. Okay, there are security accounts. So you once you create a storage account, so then there is a block public access. You always block a public access. You will enable the versioning. You will encrypt the data rest. So you can customize with your key, customer key. So you can encrypt on the rest. And this should be encrypted. Okay, containers vulnerabilities. This is most important topic nowadays because everyone is no okay. I know Kubernetes. So just create a YAML and deploy. So container can deploy easy, but the problem is nobody knows the security of this container. So it is exposed to public. So everyone can access it in the container and can lead to your underlying infrastructure can enter the virus and something like that. So you have to make sure your container is should not have vulnerabilities. So there are tools who scan your container and which tells you that there are vulnerabilities, you need to fix it. So then we have virtual machine, then we have disk encryption, backup, recent backup. So these all infrastructure vulnerabilities. And database disk encryption, backup enable, and multi-AZ, so all these things. And if you are using customization key, you need to rotate this key every, you should be policy of the organization. By default, there is every year cloud around. Okay, then tools can scan infra anodes. Okay, there are tools already. If you don't buy any tool, there are open source tools you can use to scan your infrastructure, just like the one saying this is from Docker community. They built it. There are checkcode, which is this is the one I will show you example for that. How we can do it. Sky High by McAfee. So this is the one which integrates your cloud environment, which scans your infrastructure some periodically and tells you what are the vulnerabilities. Like somebody open the inbounds rules and it does not. You don't. If somebody created an infrastructure and that it will you forget to close the delete the inbound rules, so it will scan and tell you these are the vulnerabilities available. And Qualys, another one. This is also monitoring for database. So there is another one, Guardian, which is from IBM, which is also monitoring for database. Whoever runs the query and whatever they run, so those are scanning the things, which table, which column, you can individually allow the security on those. And there are Clear. Clear is a famous one, which is also scanning the vulnerabilities in the container. So whenever you create a new image, Clear will have to scan what are the vulnerabilities exist in your container. So it is either OS based or whatever is there. So these are some standard ISO standards. Policies already exist online. So you can create your own policies. That's customization. And there are OS metrics. Okay, so now we have metrics like Wazoo, FireEye, FileBeat, and there is one more recently I forgot the name that. Okay. So there are OS query. These are OS metrics. Whoever is doing whatever in the OS, they are matrixing whatever is going on. So who is coming in, coming out, what's going on in the OS. So who is SSH, which user is doing what things. So these kind of all the OS metrics is coming to a dashboard, so you can look into it. So these all the metrics in vulnerability you can find in your virtual machine, container, or managed database, or SQL server, or anywhere where you want. So there are a lot of more tools, but currently these are the ones people are using. Okay, scan by infra. Okay, so we have check off scan facilitate configuration. Okay, okay. Now what we do, we have security in our infrastructure. I have one GitHub code. So I can show you how we can do that. I'm using check off. Okay, this is infrastructure as code in Terraform. So I built it long time ago. So it's just creating some serverless applications. So you can review what is going on over here. And resource group is this, variables are there. So like this is infrastructure. So we are going to deploy in Azure. So we want to make sure it is vulnerability free, and if we deploy it, we shouldn't have any. Okay, we deploy it now. We need to fix the vulnerabilities. Okay, so there are a tool.
Zoom in a little bit. Okay. So it will check it before the deployment. Sorry. It will check it before the deployment. Yes.
And what's the flag to pass? It's -D.
Yeah, -D. Check you can go online, you can check and it will give you help and you will see the whatever availability. I did just a simple use case. So start with that, and you guys will learn more. Okay, this is check we can run that. Okay, I did one thing. What I did is okay, Jacko, -D, and so I install one locally as a Jacko tool. So I give a D and a dot. Look into this directory Terraform files. Even it's not only Terraform files, it's look more YAML files. There are more extensions, ARM template. There are even it's not only for Azure, it is for multi-cloud as well. So whatever you write, it will scan. Even Kubernetes, vulnerabilities, it will be scanned. You have YAML, you will run it, it will scan. So the use cases here is only for Azure. So I developed the infrastructure in Terraform. So it's saying, okay, let's see what vulnerabilities are there. Okay, so we have pass check 13, fail checks 25, skip check 0. Okay, so 13, 25 and skip check. Okay, skip check means you can skip some of the vulnerabilities you don't want to go. So in my organization, so we have skipped some vulnerabilities. So why? Yes.
You are reading from some data repository, right?
This is my local. I clone this.
From a Git, right?
Yes.
So that Git is publicly available or like it's a specific for you?
No, this is my repo. You can have it. It's publicly available. Yeah. Okay, so skip means we can skip it. So okay, well, let's suppose I don't want to check encryption at rest is true or not. So I can skip. I manage. Okay, I will say skip this policy and let's go down deploy. So this is a skip. Okay, so there are 13 checks passed. Let's talk the one about the first one. Ensure that storage count disallow public access. So it's already telling you that storage counts are creating. It's by default you create it disallow. But it's asking you make sure by falsely mention that by defined, okay, disallow. By default is disallow as you would implement it automatically, but it's asking you make sure amend this. You don't know maybe. So this is the thing. So ensure the storage account enables secure transfer. So secure is once you have created storage account, you need to expose to HTTPS so people can add the data and store it. And trusted Microsoft services are available. So these are vulnerabilities. These already all these standard vulnerabilities, which is defined by a standard Azure, and they yes.
This pass details now. It's something that we have to do when we will push this code, that's this main.df program on the cloud, or it's something that's already done for us.
These policies?
Yes.
These policies already done with for us. And you can define your own policy, custom policy.
I mean that this check is done before the Terraform is, I mean, this code is deployed.
Yeah, I did not deploy it. So what if, let's suppose if I want to deploy a Terraform.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pre-check, kind of pre-check.
Yes. Okay, let's suppose I want to deploy Terraform INET. So I'm initializing it. I did not deploy it. It's still in my local machine. Right. So I can pre-check it. I will do, okay, now I don't want to deploy. I will do check of -D. Okay, just scan it on my local. So these vulnerabilities are exist already. Check of database. It's my checking my file, taking my files and scanning. Okay, this is vulnerabilities, and this is your infrastructure, and you have scanned it, and it's showing me these vulnerabilities.
So this is kind of a checklist. It is matching, trying to match whether your application is meeting.
This is for infrastructure level. This is for infrastructure level. But application level, if you have YAML written for application, So whatever is there, so checkoff can also do that. So this is infrastructure is as I define in main file. Let me make it so this checks it is predefined or you can manage it, you can enable. You can manage, you can skip it. This is predefined, that's what. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities rules are there, which is does not applicable in your organization. So you can skip it. Okay, this does not applicable. So a lot of even in Microsoft time we have. So we skip it because that's not applicable in our environment. Kind of customizable checklist. Yeah. So there is option to skip as well. Okay, this one you can skip it. So we did somewhere. So you have created a list and it's scanning the skip list and skipping those checks and it lets you create the infrastructure. But this is okay. This is in my local machine. So you want to automate. I will come to that point as well. Okay, so the first thing is security thing is you should not deploy your infrastructure from your local machine, right? So it will create some temp files, backup files, which should be placed somewhere. So somebody else can also use that files and create the infrastructure. Okay, that is centralized infrastructure as a deployment. So I will come to that point. So this is check off. This is telling me these are checks are passed. Ensure that remote debugging. So we are. Okay, now I have checks 25 which is not passed. Okay, it's saying the first one is failed. Ensuring storage logging is enabled for queue service for read and write and delete request. So I did not ensure it. It's saying me as if it failed. Then there is another one, ensure default network access rule for storage account is set to be denied. Yeah. So it should set to be denied. So these are security rules already standardized. These are standardized. We should follow. We going to deploy. Okay, let's deploy. Let's deploy application. So we are on the vulnerabilities. Now we need to fix it. Oh, we need to fix it. We cannot do it. Application is running. So before deploying, you have this opportunity. You can do it. And like there are a lot of policy. You can go check over. It will list you the policy. I think so I have a link already.
If I understand this yellow text code now, I have to apply it on the main tier.
No. I mean, Terraform does not mean main is something. Terraform only means TF is something. If I rename it something ABC, it will understand TF file under the infrastructure. It will take the Azure provider and it will run it. Does not take any naming convention. So I did not run on main. I did run on full directory, but you can run on an individual file. But you can run individual file. Okay, I want to. Okay.
No, but if we take this example, like 70, take Azure 70, sorry. Ensure that the function app is only accessible over HTTPS.
Over
this yellow code now.
This is
the yellow text. I have to apply it on the main file.
No. You don't need to apply on main.
So this is where it exists. Azure function application. Because the TF file have many resources.
Yes.
You can create many resources with the.
Okay, I zoom out. So it's easy to.
It's just a practice like you segregate your provider, your version, and then you have your main here. It depends how you structure it.
Okay, I will.
Then you have to be like this, but you can define that.
For you, I can do one thing. I will create.
Like Terraform will keep this as a single file. It won't.
I will create a file and function. Yeah. I will create some code here. Copy from here. So let's.
السلام عليكم. ازيك يا اسماعيل؟ صوتك بعيد.
Okay, so this is individual files.
هي كده كويس.
You can have your code here.
اسمع هم
and you can
اليوم
scan only this file.
رايحين راشد ونبهان ومدري مين صح؟
So only the directory I mentioned because I
رايحين
want
في
to
أكل
scan
عزومة
every
مش عارف.
file and it will take it.
To scan the whole directory, it's okay. I agree with you. But now, when I get failed report from checkpoint, this failed report, which is giving me text in yellow, this yellow text mean is not correct, or it's the correct one that I should apply on my files?
Yes, there is just indication that you have missed this functionalities or missed this.
Because the path area is clear. means that
Okay,
our code is.
this is indicating you. It's just pointing out the code that also has the problem.
Exactly, but we have to change it.
Yeah. Yes.
Identify.
So you need to implement. Okay. This is vulnerability check. You can deploy without as well. It does not mean that you are stopping to deploy.
But as a developer, I take the yellow code, put it on the main text file because it's pointing the
Yes.
and that's it.
That's it. So even that checkout gives you how to fix it.
Yes.
Yeah, this gives you, and this is the link.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, sorry, I was wrong on my.
The guide.
Okay, this gives me how to fix it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is tell you what to do, what attributes you are missing, and you can add it individual resource. Right? Okay, so I mean, this is the idea of scanning your infrastructure before you go to deploy actual prod production and any environment UAT, whatever is there. So this is the idea of checkout. Okay, so another part is how we can automate it. How we can automate it? Let's suppose I created infrastructure and I have 5 DevOps, 5 developers who is going to create cloud engineers. They want to create the infrastructure. Okay, now I have created a file function over here. Okay, now I will check in my code. Status. Okay, it is showing me true change.
मैं लेगा मेरा दोस्त लेगा हम लोग
I was mute on. Okay. Okay, so I don't want my teammates, coordinators should deploy any infrastructure without getting through those checks. This is the only one thing you can implement your infrastructure as a scanning your vulnerabilities
or it is telling me, okay, this is a one, these are vulnerabilities are there. Uh, yeah. So these are the vulnerabilities here. So it's showing me, oh, it is failed the pipeline. So if the pipeline is failed, nobody will be approved this, and then I can that guy need to be modify his code, then reapprove, make sure the checks are tick okay, then I will approve it. So it's not until he fixes vulnerabilities. So this is kind of automation deployments and multi users. Okay, this is my pipeline. So what I did, I have installed Chekhov scan environment. So this is one I mentioned. Okay, pip install Chekhov -d dot directory. So even you can mention when you raise a pull request, you can mention whatever files is modified. Just scan those ones. You can also do that.
You can exclude the very scanned file, right?
Yeah. When you raise a PR, there are only files which is you changed. So the other file which is already committed in main branch will not come that to a PR. So it will not scan.
So it will go for the reference, but the things that you have somebody your code, so it will be.
Yeah. So when you raise a PR, that PR gives you only those file changes, and it will run on those files. Any vulnerabilities. If you are okay to skip those vulnerabilities, pipeline will pass.
How do we skip?
Vulnerabilities, there are skip. Okay. Checkbox, skip policies. Okay, I can show in the company section we did something. GitHub. Here, okay. Local file skills. I need to show this. Yeah. I want to show the real example. Okay, we have check as well. I think so. Okay, I think so. I have some other apples, not this one. Okay, skip is just a simple. You will mention here skip. Running skip checks like this. Name of the policy. So policy is already there. So policies are already there. This is, I think this is a link. Yeah, these are the policies already written there. So you can mention your policy and you can skip it. Yeah. Every organization have it. Okay, so the security team has some policies. Okay, you want only to check those policies. Everything else you want to skip. Security have those policies. Okay, this is the one the compliance team wants to do it. So we can implement those only.
Keep those one of those required policies. Have you any control there?
You will not. Yeah, yeah. I understand. Yeah. So skip policy should be defined somewhere nobody can access it. So that when you run the check off in your continuous pipeline, skip policy will be fetched from there. Nobody can access this file. Nobody can edit this file. It's fetched from here. You cannot skip it because nobody can access this file. I'm the only manager DevOps I can access. Nobody can access. Yeah. So I mean, as a team member, you want to skip the policy?
No, something that. No, I don't want to fix the code. But the developer is lazy.
Okay, I want to deploy it. Okay, so I mean, these are the controls you can implement. The one of control is we have defined one policy file, all the policies listed here, just like this. I mentioned all the policy as one text file. So whenever checkoff run, it will take all the policies from this file and mention here. Okay, take this policies and skip it. Okay, if somebody added this file, okay, I want to skip this, let's deploy. So that added should go approval, some approval. Okay. Again, you need a raise a PR. So somebody, why you are editing these policies? Why you want to skip it? So this is raise another question. Okay, I mean the idea is behind this is a tool. This is a tool which is exists. You can scan the infrastructure. So, but you can use customize according to your environment. So this idea is fit to my, but does not make fit to you. But you need to. Yes. Yeah, there are vulnerabilities. Yeah, there are high, medium, and low. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there are policy. Okay, but this is depends on you on your organization. What is your mean to be high? It depends on your organization. What is your security compliance wants to be? Okay, this is high. Okay, this is okay. In my organization, I say, okay, security rest in storage account data rest is encrypted should be low. I define in my organization. I define, okay, my storage account should not be public. It's high. No, it is your responsibility. You can define, okay, these are high and these are low. But if you want to follow the standard, there are standards already written. This is IPC. I mean, there are some things. I mean, a checkup does not have something like that. Checkup does not seem something like that. You can define, but it is depends on you what you want to high, what you want to low. Yes. Yeah, it's a 200 something. I think, thousand. Yeah, let me show you how many. Okay, it is now 5. It was less before that. Okay, it is not only CKA. Okay, there are some types of this.
Okay, good mission.
Camera is okay. You want me to turn on camera? No, but you turn on your camera. Okay. Okay, so I mean, this was the session about infrastructure. So any more questions? In Azure, there are already there. There are scan built-in services there, but the infrastructure is already exist. But in our case here, pre-checks before you going to deploy. So this is not only Checo, Terraform, but it's also for YAML files and lot of other extensions they have.
Just scanning our.
Yes, scanning our code. Yes, not going to infrastructure. What happened? We deploy infrastructure. Now we don't know what is the vulnerability. We hire some third-party company who we are also paying to them. So they integrate our account. So we are also vulnerabilities for them as well because we have security compliance data. So this is the best practice. We are going to cloud, check it before. It does not go, but application code, there are else things exist like Vera code.
They also support CDK.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't think so because this is only for infrastructure level, not for application level. Yeah, that will go. Yes. It is support for all the clouds.
Is it open source or?
Open source. Fully open source. Okay, so this was the session. Any questions? Okay, that was informative, you guys. Okay, sounds good.
Thanks a lot, Naman.
Thank you.
What we'll do is till the time I set up my machine, you can have drinks, take a 2 5 minute break if you want to just break out from here. We'll set up the next session and we'll be back. Okay, thank you.
नहीं रहने दो।
Hello everyone. We are on a short break. We should be back in 5 more minutes. So stay tuned. I've started my camera as well, and we'll share the presentation soon. Thank you.
Hmm. Hmm. طب خلينا نبدأ من أول جديد. أوكي.
All right. So team at online and please in person, please have a seat.
So this is our classroom, so we
Sorry, Kasim, we are not able to hear you.
Are you under? Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
All
it's audible now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so I was saying that before we get into another detailed session, we would want to have a look at the bill highlights.
So bill highlights will do it at the end.
At the end, okay, then it's going to be end. All right, so we're going to talk about, or we're going to have a session about CI/CD with the Power App Automate. I'll ask Ahmed to take the stage and take you forward with the development side of it. And thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again. So good afternoon again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in. I think I'll mute it from here. Sorry, you can continue now. All right. Again, welcome to the CI/CD for Power Platform using Azure DevOps. So, for the question, who all have worked with Power Apps over here? Okay, I have some company. So, again, starting with the session, myself, Ahmed Uzair, and I am the community lead over here at Power Platform User Group UAE and working as a software engineer at Identity. So today we will cover these points. What is ELM, why ELM, then the key components of ELM and Power Platform, and how we can actually do it with Azure DevOps, right? So starting with what is ELM, right? So it's an app. ELM is stands for application lifecycle management, and the process of bringing together people, tools, and processes that manage the lifecycle of an application from conception to the implementation, right? So it has several parts. You manage the requirements, then you manage the variant, and then you manage the build and release cycles, the issue and defect management, test and quality management, resource management, and more, right? So now it has three key areas. So one is governance, which we have talked about in very much detail. Then there's actual application development, where you actually go and develop the application, identify the problems, plan the system design, and execute, build, and test the application. And finally, of course, after post deployment, you have the maintenance phase. Right? So you maintenance of the existing application, enhancing the application with new features and stuff. Right? So in Power Platform, right? So I hope I'm not that boring. Something. All right. So there are four key components of ALM and Power Platform, right? Starting with environments, solutions, the dataverse, and source control, right? So we'll start with the environments, right? So I think Kasim already talked about this. At the top level of any organization who's using Microsoft 10, they have the at the top level, they have the tenant. So let's say we have Contoso Corp. So everything is under the Microsoft tenant of Contoso Corp. Inside that, we have all the Azure subscriptions, environments, and all that stuff. So we're not talking about Azure subscription over here because our apps works in a different way. They have environments, of course, which is again a part of the tenant itself. Okay, so if you wanna, environments can be analogous as to subscriptions or management groups, which Stefan mentioned. So let's say you have different departments. Okay, so you have an HR department, you have operations department, you have sales department. So all of them can have their own different environments, right? Now inside that, you can have, let's say, for an HR department, there's dev test prod. For sales, dev test prod, right? So you can have over here, which you see, you have like 9 environments in this case, right? So for department 1, where you have brought a test, then for let's say countries Canada, you have this, Australia, you have these, right? So now in those environments is where you actually host your apps, your Power Automate flows, and your Power Pages websites, and your Dataverse itself, right? So that's the first part. Now the second part is the solution. So now what are solutions, right? So any idea? Any clues? Atin, Parag, something? Okay, so solutions are nothing but like, okay, I'm gonna just reference to what Kasim said earlier. Resource groups. What are resource groups? It's like a folder where you can put all the related resources together. Right? Similarly, there are solutions. So let's say we have a let's say uh, um, leave request app. Okay, so when we create a leave request app, we have let's say we have a couple of tables in Dataverse which are related to that. We have a couple of Power Automate flows which are related to that, and an app itself which is related to that. So we can put all of them together in one solution, so that now when we are moving across the environments, we can just instead of deploying everything separately, you can move everything together. Okay. That's the whole point of solutions. Right? So your solution will have your app, flows, dataverse, tables, everything, and you can just move it all together in different environments. Now, what you see over here, there's a bit of an advanced concept. So we have two types of solutions now: unmanaged solutions and managed solutions. Now, what is the difference? It's there in the next slide. I'm going to come to that. But the structure is something like this. So there is a base solution, a system solution, which is always there in every environment, no matter which organization you're in, no matter what you create. So their base solution will always be there. So now, if I talk about, I'm just going to digress a little. Dynamics. Now, Dynamics 365, if you have used, they have something called account. They represent account as a company, contact as a individual, any individual. They have something called call activities, SMS activities, all that. So these base classes are, if you think about it, they are required for any application, right? So a customer will always be there, no matter if you are in manufacturing industry, if you are in IT industry, any industry, no matter what app is, it will always be there. Azure AD users, it will always be a part of the organization, right? So these entities, what Microsoft has done is, so what was being used in Dynamics, they have just plugged out these base entities. Now they are part of each and every environment which you create with Dataverse. They are a part of that. So you have those base classes already there for you to leverage, right? So those entities are already a part of it. Now on top of that, let's say you have third-party solutions, right? So let's say now during COVID times on app stores, there were a lot of COVID-19 related apps on Microsoft App Stores, which you can download and then put it on your environment. Okay, now how does that work? So we just talked about like how you can move the solution into different environments, right? That's the managed solution. Basically, what you're doing is you are downloading the managed solution from the app stores and installing in your environment. Okay, so let's say now there were two modules or two solutions which you added. They're all stacked on top of in your environment on top of the base solution. Okay, so now you already had let's say contact entity, account entity, all of that. Let's say over here you added a solution for again for some sales. So you have leads and opportunities also over here now added into your environment. So now when you create a new app or something, you'll have those entities as well, right? Now, on top of that, what you create will be a part of unmanaged solution. Okay, so what you create is a part of unmanaged solution, and then what the user sees is a combination of all of the solutions that are deployed.
right? So, like I said, earlier we only had the contact in accounts and stuff. When we added a new solution, now we have those entities to leverage as well. Let's say leads and opportunities. We created another activity entity or something. The user will see all of this, whatever we put in our app. I hope it's a bit clear. I know it's a bit overwhelming to begin with, but yeah.
This base solutions that Microsoft provides, it cannot be modified. We just need to accept it.
No. So base solution will have only some entities. I will show you. So it has some entities, let's say account, activity, all of that. You cannot modify those tables. You can add to it, but you cannot delete. It's like an open close principle of software development where you can it's open for extension but closed for modification, right? So that's how it is. Right. So now the next question which we were talking about. Okay, sorry, I'll just come to this one first. Unmanaged and managed, which we already talked about. So what is the difference between unmanaged and managed solutions? So unmanaged solutions are used in development environments where you can create extra entities, add in any apps, any flows, and everything you can add onto that. Right? It's modifiable, right? And you can export it as either unmanaged or managed. So the life cycle, we'll come to that again, is like you export the unmanaged solution as a managed solution, and then you put it in your prod or test environment, right? And then this unmanaged solution can be set into source control. Okay, so you can unpack that solution, put all the files in the source control, and then you will have version control like that. Okay. On the other hand, managed solution is only for non-development environment, where now you're done with the development. Now you're going to deploy it on UAT, prod, or testing, and stuff like that. Right? It cannot be exported again. So now it's like one. And now that's why this solution which we pick from third party. How do they protect themselves? Right? You cannot. They provide you a managed with your managed solution. You cannot export that again and white label or put your name and put somewhere, right? And it is created by exported and unmanaged solution and managed. Okay, so this is one important concept which we will use. So coming to the solution components part. So there are a lot of things that you can put inside a solution from the schema perspective, entities or tables, you can say, attributes or columns in the new convention. The relationships, option sets. If you have worked with any database, it's technically all of that, right? So in the user interface type, all the application ribbons, the site maps, the model ribbon apps, basically, forms, entity ribbons. So that's what covers all of this. So I'm just gonna skip this one. I'm gonna come to the Dataverse and I'll explain this a little better. So now coming to the Dataverse part. Now this is the interesting one. Okay. Now, okay. First, what is Dataverse? So Dataverse is nothing but a managed database, hosted and managed everything by Microsoft. You don't have to worry about any hosting, any infrastructure over there. Everything is managed by Microsoft, right? And like you can say, it's like a database on steroids. You have all of these capabilities built in. Okay, you do not have to build any of these capabilities. Okay, it's all out of the box. So authentication, authorization, and auditing is all there. Authentication is there using Azure. So if you are part of the organization, you can log in over here. Authorization is based on the security roles and RBAC controls already. Auditing is built out of the box. So you just enable the auditing on the organization level and on which tables you want. It will start auditing those tables. Nothing else. It's just like a click of button, right? Then you have you can build up the logic. Now let's say, for example, I have tax calculation. Okay. Now, what I would do is, okay, I'll write an external service. Maybe I'll write an external service, which whenever a new row is added or something, I'll call that service, calculate the tax, and put the data down, right? You can write a business rule or you can make a calculated field over here. So I have a tax percentage defined somewhere already, right? I can be like, okay, calculated field. I'll create a calculated field for tax. Okay, I'll define the rule that take the percentage from here and multiply with this number and put that in the new column. So you did not have to call another service or something. Just route a one calculated field. It's a now it's a part of the table itself. Okay. Whenever a new row is added or it's modified, it recalculates that. Okay. So it's all built in. Business rules. Now, for example, you have a rule. Let's say now, if let's say I'm buying a product online. Let's say I'm buying an insurance policy. Now, I'm below the age of let's say 18. Someone should not be registered. Okay. So I now again instead of having a rule engine outside, I can just have write the business rules over here. So or let's say if it's a minor, there has to be a guardian. There has to be a guardian, right? So what I can do is I can write a business rule that okay. So if the age is less than 18, then you have to show another field on the UI which takes the input as guardian, and that is the mandatory field. So I can write a business rule directly inside the Dataverse itself. Okay. So then we have duplicate detection, workflows, then all the reporting capabilities are there out of the box. So you can directly connect this to Power BI as well. And in real time, you can just directly create the reports. Okay. So of course, and you do not have to connect to the Power BI because there are reporting capabilities over here as well. So you can create dashboards. I'll show you probably. So you can create dashboards in this as well. Of course, some basic dashboards. When you go advanced, you have to go probably that way. But yeah. So what is common data model? Ever heard of common data model? Anyone? So common data model is something where it was called common data service earlier. Now it's Dataverse, which on the schema on which the whole Dataverse depends on, even dynamic Dataverse. That's the standardized model schema on which the whole Dataverse depends on. Okay. So even if you go online and check for the schema for common data model, you will find all the dynamics entities as well. Okay. So, and those entities are also, there's something called industry accelerators, where you have entities defined for specific industries as well. So you have manufacturing, you have some entities, you have healthcare for some entities for healthcare, and there are a couple more, I don't exactly remember, but yes. Then, of course, you can have a storage of, it's a relational database, of course, in behind the scenes, there's all SQL Server and Cosmos DB running, but you have semi-structured log files, all of that kind of data, and finally you can integrate with anything. Yeah, when you have power with Power Automate, you can literally integrate with anything, right? So that's what the Dataverse is. So any questions till now?
So basically everything they are providing through the APIs.
And not exactly APIs. It's more. It's all a GUI based thing, not even APIs. So you can have everything on the UI. Just tick tick tick. I'll just show you once. So again, this is the process for the ALM and Azure with Azure DevOps. So you start with initiate, you prepare the environment, then deploy the dependencies, start source, and then you import the solutions. Then you run all the unit tests and everything if you require. Then run the solution checker and export the solution again. And then finally you release with the managed solution. So there is a I would say an intermediary step, which is the build part. So because over here you're gonna if you want to do push it into source control, you have to have this part as well. So what we're doing is now we have the environment. We're gonna export the solution as unmanaged. We're gonna unpack it, push it into repo, and then we are gonna import the solution again into another environment. Then now we had to, if we have to go in the production environment, what kind of solution do we need? Managed solution, exactly. So we need to now export the solution again as managed, and then import it as unmanaged over there. That's how where the deployment is completed. Okay. So
the same workflow.
Yeah, it's going to be different pipelines, but the end-to-end process is this. So it's going to be different pipelines. Let's say once that completes, we'll trigger another one. pipeline which picks up. So we are going to create 3 different pipelines. But yeah, it's one workflow only. Right. So now let's start with this. So first step of this is creating the environments. Then we create the solution. We create the DevOps project and report, and then we install the builds. All right. Let's start with this. So I have created a couple of environments already just to save some time, but I'm gonna just take you through the process quickly. So I have a couple of environments over here. So how did I reach here again? So there's a, if you go to your, let's say, Power Apps Maker Studio, you have, so this is Power Apps Maker Studio. All right. So we have all these, on the left side, you can see the navigation where you have all the tables, data flows, solutions, everything, the apps and all. Over here, you can see the environments, right? And from the settings, you can go to the admin center. So that's what we are going to do. The first step is creating the environment.
This goes with the Azure login itself?
Yes, yes. So this is logged in with the Azure AD. Okay. So I'm using the same account which is with my Microsoft Dell, right? So we come to the admin center.
تعبت نسين الصراحة.
Unable to see?
I think sharing is stopped.
Share. Can you see it now?
It's not shared.
No, the share is from that. So there are 2 machines here.
You can see the shared one.
It's I think it's okay because I can see it here.
You can see it?
I am in the college.
Okay, cool. So coming back to this. So first step is creating the environments. So we have logged into our App Studio. You know where to log in. Now we are in the admin center. We can see on the left side the environments. We have analytics and stuff over here. All that. Let's just stick to the plan. And we have the environments over here. So you can, I have created the 3 environments already, but I'll just show you what the process is. So over here, you can see that you can choose a name over here. So the name of the app, the region where you want to host it in. There are some features which are only available in certain region. Maybe let's say some preview features might only be there in the United States region, but not in the UAE region. So if you want some specific features, then you might want to choose that region. But of course, like with any Azure resource, it's always best to have the region closest to you for low latency, right? So that, and now the type of environment, so it can be a trial subscription based, a developer environment. So it's like a developer environment is a playground for you. So it doesn't take up any quota, any storage quota, because every environment that you create, it requires a minimum of 1 GB database storage. Any organization gets 10 GB out of the box when you have got one of the Power Apps per user licenses. You get 10 GB out of the box. And with every license, you get, I think, 250 MB, 500 MB, something of that sort. So this becomes sometimes very important. Like
about money. I make a lot of money because I understand the system. I would never go to school.
Okay. Okay. So production trial, we have trial production environment is. So production environment as well. Production environment. You have a trial environment which is applicable available only for 30 days, and then the sandbox for any UAT and then you can see add a Dataverse data store. So we require that. Let's say this thing. Go next. On the next page, you can select again the language, the currency. This is the base currency. Is it possible to zoom a bit? Yes. The whole browser. No, zoom it like this, but I cannot zoom it. Is this okay? This is better. Yeah, better. You can't see it. Okay. I think it's fine. So the base currency. So this is the base currency. It's once it's selected, you cannot change it. So you have to plan it accordingly, which base currency you want to put. And so based on this currency, you will put any exchange rates or anything when you're building the application. The security group is the interesting one where you can actually define what all if you want to restrict this application to certain number of users. Now again, if it's a sales app, probably you have a sales security group. Only the users in that security group can access this environment. Otherwise, they won't. They won't be able to see that environment. Right? For now, we'll just go done. And then you can enable the Dynamics 365 apps and deploy the samples data as well. If you want, you can customize the domain, but otherwise it will generate a URL for you, right? Something dot CRM15 because we are in UA. .dynamics.com. If it was Europe, it would be CRM4. Based on the region, it will change, right? So I already have 3 environments, so I'm not gonna go ahead with that. So just to show you about the capacity part, I am already almost full because I have so many environments. Every environment takes at least 1 GB, and you can see that each environment takes quite a few, right? So this is the first part. Now the second part, sorry. Just coming to this, we create a solution, we create a DevOps project, and then we install the Power. So coming to the second part, where now we are in dev environment, we create a solution. We have one solution already, but let me just go ahead and create another one. And then, yeah. Okay. So it's the name. And there's a publisher for every solution. Now, what is a publisher? Publisher is the identity of the organization who's creating the solution. Let's say now every publisher, and let's say if I go here, every publisher has a name and a prefix. Now, what is that prefix? Now, think about this. You have 2 teams, right? Let's say sales X and sales Y. Both of them have customers, right? If they define a table or an entity, something called customer, if they both have a customer in the same environment, there's a conflict, right? Now, this is where publisher comes into place, right? Like, so every publisher has their own prefix. Now, let's say if I say here that is the publisher with some other, let's say sales X as a prefix, the entity that is going to be created is going to be sales X customer and sales Y customer. So now there's no conflict. So that's what the publisher is. Okay. So I already have created one publisher. So I'll just quickly create. Okay. So now I have a solution, and I will add a table over here. Okay. I'll add a table over here. Let's say some event. Okay. I already created events to both. Okay, so I have created a new table over here. I think we are short of time a little. So this is one solution that we have created over here. Now what we'll do is, our objective is move the solution across the pipeline and put it on product, right? So now we'll just go to DevOps. So now coming to DevOps, okay, how many of you have used Azure DevOps before? Right. So you already know there's an organization inside which there are projects, and then you can define repos inside. Correct? So I already have one organization created over here. I'm going to create a new project over here. So let's say demo. So it's going to be a private project. I'm going to create it. Okay. So now we have the project as well. But before we go and build the pipelines, you have to add an extension because Azure DevOps has extensions as well. So you need to add an extension on the organization level, which is Power Platform build tools. So I'm going to go to the organization settings. I'm going to go to extensions, right? So I already have it installed, but just to show you the process, you will go to browse marketplace. You will search for, let's say, Power Platform. Search. So you have Power Platform built. So you can just click on get it free, and this is going to take you to another page where you can choose which organization you want to install it on and just install it over there, right? So loading your organizations. So I can select which all organizations I want. It's already installed, so it won't show me that option, but you can do it from here. So now it's installed for us. Now we are good. We are good to go to start creating the pipeline. Okay. So just because we are a bit short on time, I'm going to show you another an existing pipeline that I have already created. So let's say this one. So this is the pipeline to move from export from dev, right? So till this part we are already done. We have installed the build. Now the next part is checking in your unmanaged solution. So we use build pipeline, add the installer, export solution, unpack solution, check in into the echo, right? So we go back over here. Now this is a pipeline that we have created. Which is basically, I'm just gonna show you once. If you go to new pipeline, you can select over here, or you can use a classic editor. Let's say we use classic editor, where we select the repo, right, and the branch, and let's say I'm gonna say LM, and then I just start with an empty job, or I can use any of the existing. I'll start with an empty job, so I'll reach on the screen. Okay. But I'm just gonna get back to my old. Okay. Okay, so it's this one over here. Edit. Okay, so every pipeline has a set of actions. So it's nothing but like you're just defining the queue. Okay, do this, do this, do this, do this, class. Okay. So what we are gonna tell is this is our agent, right? So first task is Power Platform tool installer. As you know, with all the pipelines, you have to, it's a fresh start every time. So you have to install the mandatory tools and do the npm install or anything of that sort first. So in each pipeline, first step will always be a Power Platform tool installer. You don't need to do any other configurations for that. Then we add a new step for export solution. Okay. So once we put export, now we have two options. Either you can use the service principal or use the username and password. For now, I have used username password, but with service principal, it's a different approach where you have to go to your Azure AD, do the app registrations, get the client ID, tenant ID, and then put it over here. Is everyone aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Service principal. You were saying something?
No, this is.
Okay. So if in case you wanna, when you wanna configure this, you'll go here on manage. It will take you to the connections. So I already have this connected, but in case you want to create a new service connection, you go here, select generic, click on next. Server URL. Okay, what will be the server URL? DC.
Where we are exporting.
Yeah, exactly. Where we are exporting. So the development environment or any environment URL. So every environment has a URL to it, right? So like remember we saw we can customize the URL crm.dynamics.com or this thing. So that URL will go into the server URL. Okay? The username will be, again, if we are doing a username way, then username will be your Azure AD username, password will be your password, and you just give the service connection name and it's available. Okay, so I'm gonna come back over here. So I give the service connection as development, so it's available for me.
Oh shit.
Basically, this.
Yeah, sorry.
The server will be the target server where we're going to deploy.
Yes, exactly. So in this case, the environment that we created, let's say in this case, this dev environment which we created, you can find the environment URL over here. Okay, this environment URL will go into your server URL. Okay, so that now after this, we will, now, what is all this? Can anyone enlighten us?
So we exported environment variables.
Sorry?
Environment variables.
Exactly, exactly. These are the variables that we define over here, right? So let's say in this case, our solution name was demo2. So we will be changing that over here. So this is the solution name, which is taken by the export solution. So of course, the solution that you want to export, give the solution name for that. The output file, the directory or the path where you want to output, give the output is over here. Okay. So when will we check this box? Tell me. Guys know now. Good. Good. Awesome. All pro power platform guys. Okay. Awesome. So this is what we do for only for test and prod environments, right? For dev environment we do. Right. So now the unpack solution. Now every time you export, it will be a zip file. Okay. Now we cannot just put a zip file and then hope everything works fine in source control. We have to unpack it so that it can be published on the pushed to the source control. Right. So we unpack it. We define we specify what type of solution it is, right? And then finally we just run a command line script to push everything. Okay. So what it does is just nothing but define the email, checkout, commit, and then push. That's it. Right. So this is important. And we're almost out of time, so I'm just gonna show you. I'm not gonna run the pipeline. Sorry, guys. It's just we are short of time, but I'm just gonna take you through the process, right? So if I edit this, over here, now we are on the second part of things, right? So what we did, we already did this part, checking into your managed solution. Now the second part is creating a managed solution, right? That's the build part of the ALM, right? So we again, the first step is for any pipeline. No. The first task of any pipeline. Install exactly. So Power Platform tool installer is the first task of any pipeline. Now we unpacked it last time. Now we have the unpacked stuff in RM. Now we need to zip it again and import it in the solution. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is first step is installer. Second step pass solution. Right. Third step is now importing it into the build environment. Now in the build environment we have the solution. Now we are going to export it as a managed solution because now we are moving to the product after that, right? So we are going to export it as a managed, and we are going to publish it to the as an artifact. So now we have the zip file ready to be published. Okay. At this point, we create the release pipeline. Okay. So here. So we create a new release pipeline where we're going to add an artifact from one of our source pipelines. Okay. So let's say we have this pipeline. We define an alias and then we add it. I've already done that. So I think I've already done that. Yes. It's fine. Now over here, you define the sage name. And is there anyone who's not aware about the release pipelines? Are you all aware about the release pipelines? Okay. All right. So I think I'm getting the signals to stop, but I'm just gonna be very quick. So again, first step is tool installer, where you do that, and then again, in this case, you import it as a managed solution. It's the same step which we did in build pipeline, to be honest. So where we would define the authentication type, the environment URL. Now the environment URL in which you want to import the solution, right? And that's it. The input file, which where with the artifact, and that's it. Now you have the solution in your prod environment, and that's where the cycle. That's where the cycle is. Yeah.
So the only difference of manage and unmanaged, that checkbox we are going to select when we are preparing this.
Yeah, technically, in that one step, yes, managed and managed, you will just do that checkbox. But that checkbox creates a massive difference, right? So otherwise, it won't be exportable again. Yeah.
But for the development purpose, it is required, right?
Development purpose, it should be unchecked. Yeah, it should be unchecked.
So, then in the first phase, we are inputting our target is the dev environment URL. Once we create the artifact, if I want to deploy into production, do I need to have a different pipeline or how that?
Yeah, so this is what we did. In the release pipeline, we specified the environment URL where we need to deploy.
But what about the artifact we created from the development?
Yeah, so the artifact is there as part of the Azure artifacts, right?
Yeah.
So we just pick it up from there.
So these variables are local to pipelines, right? There is
Yeah, they are very local.
no place to define global.
No, they're local.
That's what actually I have. Because in development, for example, I created a demo or dev. But if we move to production, the variable should be changed from demo or dev.
Yeah,
to
the values.
Yeah, you're right. So it will be local in the pipeline. You have to define the variable in each pipeline.
Yes. Why did we have to install it as an extension? Can we just use it as a task in our YAML pipeline?
So unless and until you install that extension, that those tasks won't be available in DevOps. So it's like a third party tool which you're installing, right? As from marketplace. So those tasks are a part of that extension. Unless you install that extension, those tasks won't be available in your YAML itself. Right?
Yes. How do we handle failures? Like here, it is a small pipeline, right? But if there are a number of tasks and so it gets logged somewhere, or
yes, that's a good one. So we can have a notification because Azure itself, when every pipeline succeeds or fails, it sends you an email notification. So you can get notified by that. Okay? So yeah, any other question?
So is there any difference of the test case execution on the managed and unmanaged solutions? Automation test cases, for example, if we have the step that field verification test case is automatically executed.
So more or less it's going to be the same because it's just a change of the environment really, nothing really. The functionality is still the same both. So it's not really.
Okay, because verification means it considers the environment as well. That is nothing that you consider the production or alive or.
Yeah. The only thing that it will list it is that it's to ensure that it's a managed solution in the production environment and unmanaged domain. But otherwise. All right. Thank you so much, guys. If you have any other questions or anything, then you can just end here around over here. This last part was ALM accelerator, but but yeah. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sudeep, I think you all have been very much, excited with the DevOps session, with the CI/CD, right? And definitely the next session is also going to be very much interesting. But yeah, you know what? I want to tell you that this is going to be the most challenging section. The reason being, A, you're going to a different world. B, this is the section which is between you and lunch. So handle it here. All right. So post this session, we'll just have a quick 5 minutes build highlights from Hatin, and we'll hand over to Rama currently. She'll take care of virtual reality, and then you'll have 5 minutes of build highlights, and then we'll go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Lunch is real, right? Yeah.
Let's understand now.
What is it, virtual lunch? In a mixed reality.
that is enough. So I should.
No, don't connect the.
Without this.
Yes.
Oh. I'll just share my screen, I guess.
Yeah. Cool.
Is all good? Is the mic on? Can everyone hear me? Okay, so we will begin this session where we will be talking about mixed reality mixed with the Azure Spatial Anchors. So how can we use Azure Spatial Anchors? What is Azure Spatial Anchors and how can we use it in mixed reality? So at the beginning, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Hama and I am a backend software engineer. And right now I'm experimenting with being a mixed reality developer. And I am also the founder of Metavero. Metavero is a mixed reality community here in the Middle East. So we together, we will learn about like the different various technologies in mixed reality, and we plan to also build as well applications together. So this is the agenda for today. As I said, we're going to look into mixed reality and how we can use Azure Spatial Anchors with it. So first things first is we need to define what mixed reality is. So to be able to define that, we need to understand that mixed reality basically lies between the virtual reality and the augmented reality. What does that mean? First, we would look at the first aspect over here, which is the virtual reality. I'm sure at least most of you would have seen how you have a VR headset that you put on, and then you are completely in an entirely new world, in an entirely virtual world, right? So an example for that would be the Meta Quest, for example, the one that you see over here. So you put it on, and then you cannot see anything in the real world, right? So that is the virtual reality. That is the meaning of the virtual reality. Now, when we go to the augmented reality, that is where you are augmenting or displaying virtual or digital pictures, digital information onto the real world. Okay? And this is what we can see over here. For example, this guy is driving, and then you have multiple different information. And of course, the very famous augmented reality application that was very popular is right? I guess the video over there is on. But yeah, you get the point. And then, now that we have understood the two different aspects that are included within the broad term of mixed reality, we can begin to define what mixed reality is. So people often do think that augmented reality is the same as mixed reality, but that's not really the case. There is a difference. And what is that? So the augmented reality, as we have talked before, what it focuses on, it augments digital information onto the real world. You cannot really like manipulate it as much. It does not feel as immersive. It does not feel as real. And that's where mixed reality comes into the picture, where it makes it more immersive. It makes it feel like these digital objects are actually with you here in the physical world. And how does it do that? So there are these two different properties that mixed reality has. The first one is the holograms, where it displays 3D objects in the real world as holographic displays. What does that mean? There's a video over here. So as you can see this bird, and you can see it again. It looks very 3D. It looks very, real in a sense. But as you can see over here, this hologram is confined within one space, right? What mixed reality brings in is also the idea of, or the element of projection, where these digital objects are projected into the real world. You don't have like a specific confined space as you have seen previously. So if we take all of these, and we take the hologram and we take the projection as well, we see this kind of immersive experience, where you have these digital objects, you're interacting with them, you're putting them around the room. And as she was moving them around, she can resize and it understands perception as well. So yeah, that is mixed reality. I hope you understood the difference between augmented virtual reality and mixed reality. Basically, as a summary, virtual reality is when you cannot see anything from the real world, and the only thing that you are seeing is virtual information. Right? Augmented reality, you are displaying those virtual information onto the real world, but it does not feel as real. It is not as immersive. And then mixed reality, it brings those elements of virtual reality in terms of like the digital content. It brings in augmented reality features where you are augmenting it into the real world and makes it more immersive. Okay? So before we proceed, I'd like you guys to scan this QR code and tell me what comes to your mind right now when you hear the word mixed reality. Now, that could include technologies like the headsets or packages that maybe you have heard of or you have used while maybe you're developing any application in that field, and maybe about the challenges that you think is there within the mixed reality field. And in terms of like the challenges, we will be talking about a few challenges that the Azure Spatial Anchors will be helping us solve. So yeah. In the meantime, I would like to actually see your responses. So give me a second. Okay.
Speech and stop, yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, share screen. Okay. So these are the answers that are coming in, and people who are with us online who can also contribute as well. So it's a combination of VR and AR. Yes, it does have both of these elements, and you can use them in gaming, in manufacturing industry as well, healthcare, and yeah, digital information, interactive meetings. That is very true. Mixing of realities, yes, between the virtual and the real world. And you can use the HoloLens as well. HoloLens is a Microsoft mixed reality headset that we are going to see and actually use high down. We will be experimenting with it. All right, I guess this is it for this part. We shall return back to the presentation. So give me a second. Let me open it up. Okay. Now we move on to mixed reality with Azure's with the Azure Cloud Platform. Now, before we move on to the Azure Spatial Anchors, I want to first mention to you what kind of services does Azure provide for mixed reality. So the first one being remote rendering. So this is where you can render high quality interactive 3D content without the compromise of quality, and then stream it to your device in real time. Now, what does that mean? As you can see over here, this is where the 3D designers, I would say, would build this prototype over here, and then you would need to render that information so that you add more shaders into it, more texture, so that the final outcome would look something like this. And this process, in terms of like computation, it's a very heavy computational complex process. And that's where Azure Cloud Services provides you with remote rendering so that all of that computational complex things happen on the cloud. And then you just will be receiving the final frames that are rendered. Moving on, yeah. And over here, this is another example of an object being rendered. As you can see, you can like take it apart, see the like different tiny objects of it, and yeah. Hope that makes sense. Okay. The second thing, or the second service that Azure provides is the object anchors, which what it basically does, it automatically aligns and anchors the 3D content to the objects in the real physical world. So as you can see over here. So according to that, according to what you see in the real world, it will outline it in a digital format. You can use that to like highlight specific parts if you want to do any training, for example. I have seen that happen where people with applications that they want to train new employees. So they would basically put on the headset and the application would basically be providing them information like, hey, this is what you need to do first, this is what you need to do next and next, right? How does it know that? You can also use that to highlight those specific aspects. Okay, but this feature is under preview. And yeah, now, finally, Azure also provides spatial anchor services, which is the one that we are going to look further into today. So what does that do? It helps you build multi-user spatially aware mixed reality applications. And how does it do so, and what does that mean? So the challenges that are faced in mixed reality, one of them is persistence. So keeping those digital objects locked to the same physical location over the course of time. So let's say that I put this one over here. Okay, sure. I put this one over here. This is just a water bottle. And then I leave, right? And then I come back. Like I would expect this one to remain over there. Unless, of course, kind of you just came in and took it and then put it on the table over there. Regardless, though, I would expect it to remain over there, right? And then I would assume if I did not find it, that someone else just picked it up. And that's a challenge in mixed reality that we take for granted here in the real world. Because, yeah, basically. Now, the second one is the sharing of that information. So sharing those digital objects in the exact same physical location with the people around you. So now you guys have seen, I came here and I picked it up. You guys can see this, right? So this is like the other aspect in mixed reality that is challenging, where it is not only me that I want to see this, but I want you guys also to see this as well, right? So these are the two challenges in mixed reality that the Azure Spatial Anchors comes here to solve. Okay, so what it is, also ASA is just the abbreviation of Azure Spatial Anchors. So what it is a powerful cloud-based platform or service provided by Microsoft Azure. It enables to build spatially aware mixed reality experiences, whether that be in a room or in a worldwide scale. And the anchors digital objects, so the holograms and the virtual information. So it basically, okay, here 1 second. My throat is there. Okay, so how does it work is that basically it pinpoints or it could anchor that digital object to a specific location in the real world, also referred as points of interest or spatial anchors. Okay, so if I put this object over here, let's just assume that this is a virtual object, and I place it over here. Then what Azure Spatial Anchor would do, it would help pinpoint this location here. So let's say the next time I want to open up the application, I would expect to see this over here and not over there, right? So that's what Azure Spatial Anchors helps us with. How does it work? So you would have the application on the HoloLens or here on your phone. You would have to place that digital object onto the real world, and then you would scan the environment so that Azure Spatial Anchors would receive as much of information about the environment as possible, so that it knows where that object exactly should be. Okay, and then that information will be sent to the cloud. Now, the important thing also to know is that the information about the position of that object is the only thing that is being sent to the cloud, and not the actual, let's say, like the actual digital picture that you are trying to put over there, or the actual digital object. It is only has feature points, or where this object is located in space. That is the only information that is being sent to the cloud.
I have a question here.
Yes.
So when we talk about placing the digital object in a physical location,
yes,
accordingly, right? Was Pokemon Go the similar thing?
Yes. So Pokemon Go, yes, you could use Azure Spatial Anchor if you wanted to build an application like Pokemon Go, where you wanted to place a Pokemon over here, you wanted to place a Pokemon over there.
People can go around.
People can go around and see it. And I do have an example by the end. I'd also show you. So yeah.
But as you said, it's just a location, not a picture of it, right?
Yes.
I mean, that makes a difference.
So then, yes. So then the actual picture, you would need to be storing it in like, a database or a cloud or whatnot, right? But the information about the points of that object is the only thing that's being stored on the Azure Spatial Anchor's resource. Make sense?
And what we are looking at is that not only HoloLens, but we could actually look at the spatial anchors through the phone.
Exactly, which we will come to that. So how do we create mixed reality with Azure Spatial Anchors applications? So first you need to choose your platform. So it basically supports the HoloLens, and you could use it with MRTK if you want to do any menus. So MRTK is basically a mixed reality feature toolkit where it has a lot of menus and buttons and whatnot that you can use. And you can also use Azure Spatial Services with Apple and the AR Kit. And if you wanted to build Android application, you can use AR4. So basically what I'm saying is the Azure Spatial Anchor SDK, it supports these different packages that you see over there for the augmented reality elements to actually work. Make sense? Okay, moving on. So how do you begin to create an Azure Spatial Anchor resource? So we would, I don't know if you guys can see the video.
Can we increase this font? Right.
Okay. Okay. Is it fine? So we're basically searching for the spatial anchors resource, and then we're just putting in the subscription, the resource group. We can choose an existing one or create a new one. And then we just name the Azure Spatial Anchors resource like however we want. I mess up the spelling over there, so I just remove it and rewrite. And you can choose a region. I chose West Europe, and then click on create. And I struggle with the recorder, the bar at the bottom, and it's created. Once that happens, you will be able to see the Azure Spatial Anchor resource ID over there, as well as account domain, which is basically the region where you created the resource group. And you would also need the access key as well, so the primary key or the secondary key. Now you would need that to basically connect or configure your project to connect with the Azure Spatial Anchors resource group, right? So that's where we go on to the next part. Please. Okay. I think it's done. Give me 1 second. Good stuff. I'll share my screen again. This is the information or the monitoring that you can see on the resource group. So you can see how many anchors were created, how many were updated, deleted, and the poses found, as in like the environment, like the different ways. Yeah. Okay. Yes. And now we can configure the project now that we have created the Azure spatial anchors. So you open up the projects in your editor, you install the dependency packages like we talked about. So whether Android, iOS, or HoloLens, and you need the augmented reality foundation, which contains the augmented reality elements or aspects. And then you import the Azure Spatial SDK to the project, and you connect it using as well the information that we just talked about. Over here, I use the mixed reality feature toolkit to import the SDK to the project. And this is where I included the information. Of course, this is sensitive information that you don't want to share with anyone else. But even if you try right now, the resource group is not there. So anyways, this is a QR code over there. If you guys want to look at the tutorial that I used to configure my project with Azure Spatial Anchors. Huh?
Device, the device.
What about the device? Okay. 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 Moving on. All right. So, and then once you configure the project and you build the project, you can then deploy it to the desired device, HoloLens, or Android or iOS. And this is also a QR code with a tutorial that shows you how more or less to do it. So this is a different QR code.
Take all the pictures of QR codes because there are with the sea of QR codes coming from. Right?
Like just have them in like one place.
We have one slide with I think more than 6-7%. Yes.
Amazing. Okay. Okay, moving on. And now we will test drive our XR photo booth prototype that I have been trying, like moving around and experimenting with. So give me 1 second, I'll get back to that. Just get out. In the meantime, while I turn it on, I wanted to show you guys a video of how the Azure Spatial Anchors was used. So, okay, these are the key takeaways, as we said, mixed reality, and why we would need the Azure Spatial Anchors is because, again, of persistence and the sharing or collaboration where you want everyone else to see what you're seeing. And of course, those anchors could be on a room scale or a worldwide global scale. Now, this is an example of a worldwide scale. It's Minecraft Earth. Honestly, I didn't hear about it until I actually researched about this. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it because it was like released in specific regions around the world. But this is basically an example. Do we not have audio? I don't think we have audio. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so basically, okay. So this would just explain what Minecraft Earth is. And here you can see you are on the application on your phone and you can see your world around you in a very low polygon. And then you can see the items that you would need. If you have played Minecraft before, you would know that you need like to collect multiple elements for you to build the Minecraft world that you want. Give me one second, just logging into this. And so, yeah, and once you build your Minecraft world, you can place it into the real world. And that's where Azure Spatial Anchor would be created. And then you can share that with your friends, and your friends will also be able to see that world. So that's one of the applications in the gaming industry. But unfortunately, due to COVID-19, the Minecraft Earth application was taken down and discontinued. Anyways, I want you guys to see what I'm doing. So I'm gonna open up the live stream of the HoloLens that I have on my head.
So you see what Rama is seeing selected.
Exactly.
And the experience, what exactly how the mixed reality would work in that case, right?
Yes, and how and how basically the Azure Spatial Anchor would be configured and be used.
Okay.
So this is you guys. Okay, so as you can see right now, I'm just seeing the real world, and I want to augment an object onto this. Again, this is a very like prototype kind of thing, right? So if I press here, there you have a visual object that went from being white to green. Now, why you have these different colors that you would see? White is basically just me placing the object onto the real world, and then the green is basically the feature points are being saved onto the cloud. Okay. Now I want to remove this object from the local environment, but I have not deleted that object onto the cloud. So that means I can retain that. So I'll simply just do this and wait for the application to connect to Azure Spatial Resource and come back with the object. The internet over here is a bit slow, so there's a bit of delay. But here you see the object over here again, right? That's because, again, I did not delete it from the Azure Spatial Resource. If I wanted to delete it, I could just tap on it like this, and I have deleted it. And how is all of this happening? Obviously, you would develop the code to actually do that. Now, what I have been doing over there, you guys have been seeing me, I was trying to make like a multiple boxes over there so we can take a picture, which you guys can actually help form that. So I'll show you an example. I'll go to the gallery and show you an example of what I mean. So you guys can experiment with creating those boxes, and then at the end we can take a picture. Does that sound good? Okay, I'll show you an example because I did do one. Okay, I want to delete this. Please. Okay, my pointer is getting stuck. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is an example. I think the menu is. So this is supposed to be the expected version. But yes, basically this is what I did while you guys were having the workshop, and I wanted to have like an entirety of these boxes that you see, but like behind you, and then we would take a picture together. Yeah, how does that sound? Perfect. Okay, so I guess we'll leave this for the networking part, and then we'll take a picture.
No, I will do a small introduction about the build highlights. I promise I won't take more than 5 minutes. I know you're very hungry. I'm hungry myself. And I have been in this situation a lot of times where, I've been brought before lunch and people are just,
So pilot announcement, you all have been landed back to the world safely. No, you feel free to remove your seatbelt and go to build highlights.
Captain can.
And one more thing, once the session is, when we go into lunch and networking, we can actually go ahead and, try that out yourself to see, how the experience is and what what can be done with, what kind of application you can actually build with from that, right? So for now, very quickly, have you attended Build? Have you attended Microsoft Build? How many of you are developers? Very few. Okay, no problem. So Microsoft Build is a developer event which happens every year. It's one of the flagship events where Microsoft launches a lot of different development related things, which is helpful for the developer, right? What I will do is I won't go through all the updates, but I wanted to actually take you through some important ones, which will help you to actually know the technology first, and then go back and start either research about it or go start working on that, right? So the first thing is, I have this. Yes, works great. So there are 50 plus new updates, right? I will share with you a link where you can actually go ahead and check all the 50 plus updates which have been released in Build. The first and the most important one for us is, as a developers, how do we build software, right? And for building the software, and right now, everything is AI. You might have heard AI here, AI there. You have heard about ChatGPT. You have heard about so many things going around that part of the era, right? So, as a developer, one thing comes in my mind is, how do I bring more productivity to my developer environment, right? Or how I can actually empower the developer to be more productive. So for that, there are some tools. How do we do that? There is something called as code spaces. Do you know about code spaces? Yes. Yeah. Code spaces is nothing but you'll get a virtual machine or IDE, which is with number of cores, RAM, and whatever screen is not shared. Sorry. No worries. Just 1 minute. Let me know once you see it.
You connected online, right?
Just it's still not.
It's not there.
Oh, give me 1 second. Let me know once you see it. No? Sure. Right? Okay, yes. Great. So there are 4 things. First is code spaces, right? You can actually use GitHub, and you can use code spaces with that. There's GitHub Copilot. How many of you use GitHub Copilot? 1, 2. GitHub Copilot, you know what a Copilot is, right? Yes. Copilots are nothing but which will help you to accelerate whatever things are doing, right? To support you in very simple terms. So GitHub Copilot helps you to actually code or help you generate the existing syntaxes. Like I want to call an API, right? I know what this syntax is. So what you will do is you write in the comments in Copilot saying in your code, which is supported in many languages. So you can do it in Python, C#, Java, you name the language, and Copilot is available for that. You can go ahead, type your comment, and the code will be generated accordingly. There's a very big number which we have seen recently is almost 54% of the code which is generated on GitHub is actually generated through GitHub Copilot. Okay, which is the era of using Copilots is increasing. And what does this do? Is it does not replace you as a developer. Okay, so Copilot is for you to use your creativity and as a part of a developer to actually help you to get support from what the syntaxes would be. So rather you won't waste time in writing that code rather than concentrating on your business logic as well as what you want to add your creativity to it, right? The new thing which is the Microsoft DevBox. DevBox is nothing but it's kind of a VM, okay, in very simple terms, a VM where your whole development environment is set up for you. So in a normal VM, what will happen is you'll get a machine, you'll install Visual Studio and whatever tools, libraries, and everything you want to install. DevBox will come with a predefined image of that. You just start that image and you start developing your project. You can even customize it by writing codes if you need a specific library or you want to actually have your code from GitHub to be cloned on your machine as well. So you're actually saving time in reconfiguring or redoing things, which you can actually have it ready from an image. Spin up the image, go ahead, the number of resources you need, and you can go ahead and do that. You have already seen GitHub Actions and Azure deployment environments in the previous session, so that is a few enhancements on top of it. Next one,
I think I have to go here.
Okay, yes. So the Microsoft DevBox, we saw it already. So developers will get a platform where you can actually go ahead and spin up this virtual machine and work with that. The next one is GitHub, the most loved platform by developers. So 100 million plus developers actually use GitHub today. And you have multiple things, you can use DevSecOps, you can use collaboration using GitHub, you can use the whole workflows. So there are some of the scenarios where you can use GitHub Actions, you can use Azure DevOps together into a single scenario, and you can actually combine both of them and work together. Now, I'm running a bit fast, but I wanted to make sure that I can give you as many updates as I could, and then you can gather these updates and then go and check more about these updates later on. So the next one, which is new, is GitHub Copilot X. So you saw Copilot. Copilot X actually gives you an added option to chat with your Copilot. So when you are actually developing in a code and you have some questions, or you're stuck, or you're debugging something, or you are having some errors, you can actually chat to your GitHub Copilot X and ask why this code is not working. So that is one of the extra features which you can actually get through GitHub Copilot X. You can go ahead and check that. You can have automated test generations as well as the pull request Copilot available for GitHub Copilot X. The next one is only Copilot. Okay, so the Copilot is nothing but an application which will help you to modernize using your AI applications to assist you with complex cognitive tasks. So what Microsoft did is, you saw GitHub Copilot, some of you might have used it in code, but now GitHub Copilot, are coming across everything. Everything you can imagine, Copilot is coming for that. And for that reason, what we have done is, first of all, we have launched the Windows Copilot. So by default, in the Windows 11 operating system, you will have a Copilot where you can talk to the Copilot and do whatever things you want in your Windows machine itself. It also indicates search as well as settings, or whatever the OS encompasses. You'll have all the features available and can be accessed through Copilot. The next one is the Copilot stack. So here's the beauty of it, right? I talked about Copilots which are developed for different Microsoft technologies, like you can have Copilots everywhere. But here, Microsoft is giving you a chance where you can actually develop your own Copilot using your own data. Okay, so you bring in your organization data and you develop a Copilot on top of this, and this is the stack of it. So what will happen is your Copilots would reside over here. You don't need to worry about which models are running behind